Good morning, everyone. It's Lorraine Kolar here. We're going to be doing a little sound check while we're taking a breath. Okay, so presenter's laptop, sound check. Presenter's laptop, sound check. Clerk's laptop, sound check. GIC, budget, November 27th, 2020. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Am I unmuted? Yes. Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee Tax Capital Budget Meeting, Friday, November the 27th. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. I will now commence a roll call. Please indicate your presence when I call your name. Mayor Eisenberger.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wilson.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Farr.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor.
Good morning. Councillor Nan. I don't hear her yet. I'm sure she'll be along. Councillor Collins. I don't hear him yet either. Councillor Jackson.
In light of what happened to me this past Wednesday, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm going to give you a quiet present.
Well, thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Pauls.
I'm here. Thanks.
Great. Good morning. Councillor Danko.
I'll say it for Councillor Jackson. Here.
We shouldn't have meetings on Fridays. Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, you're muted.
I am here also. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Councillor Pearson.
Sorry, I'm here. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Good morning. Councillor Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Partridge. I don't see Councillor Partridge. So they will come along as soon as they can.
Councillor Collins just is here as well now.
Councillor Collins, we're doing roll call.
Good morning, Madam Chairman.
Good morning. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, to you, Madam Deputy Mayor. There are 2 changes to today's agenda. 6.1, the 2021 Tax Supported Capital Budget FCS 20101, and discussion item 7.3, Capital Life Cycle Renewal, Facilities Roof Replacements. And that's it for today.
Thank you. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Pearson. I don't see any further speakers, so we'll need an electronic vote on that. And it is before you, or should be.
Councillor Collins, are you able to vote or thumbs up?
I don't know.
I don't know. Do you want to switch the screen?
Can you tell me? Did it?
It's 11-0.
11-0, so that carries. Thank you. Patients. Item 6.1. No, pardon me. Declarations of interest. Members of committee, are there any declarations of interest? I see none.
Councillor Pauls?
Councillor Pauls, do you have a declaration of interest? I missed your hand. If you put it up, I'm sorry.
7.2. Hamilton Police Services Board report.
Okay, all right. And so
You're muted, Councillor.
You'll vote.
Yes, I have a conflict of interest as my son is hired by the Hamilton Police. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls, and you'll vote accordingly when we get to that item. Now we're at staff presentations. Mike Segarek, General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services, will provide the introduction and overview of report FCS 20201, the 2021 Tax Supported Capital Budget. Mike, whenever you're ready.
Good morning through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a small amendment to the presentation. I'll be joined by Gordon McGuire from Public Works, who will provide a bit of an overview of the city's asset management program. The intent for today is just to provide committee a bit of a summary of the 2021 tax supported capital budget you'll know that the documents were posted earlier this week. A bit of a change from previous years because of COVID. We did seek some guidance from Hamilton Reopen, and the suggestion was to provide the information electronically. I understand that there may be some councillors who wish hard copies of these documents, and we're happy to take that away and work with Hamilton Reopen on to how to facilitate that in a safe manner. So again, if that's the will of some councillors, if they can reach out to finance staff, we can make an effort to facilitate that in a safe manner. In addition to the budget document, you'll see on the agenda today are 3 discussion items. And again, that's before committee for your information. I will speak later this morning to the budget process. Again, just a reminder, this is the first of 2 scheduled GICs by targeted approval date of December 16th. If at that time committee and council are not in a position to move forward with the budget, we will work with clerks with respect to additional dates in January. And if there's questions with respect to policies and approvals in order to have projects proceed in 2021, I believe GM McKinnon is available to speak to our pre-approval policy that gives staff some approval. So jumping ahead a bit in terms of the budget process, but I just wanted to remind committee members as to the timelines and options in case we're not in a position to approve the budget before the end of the calendar year. I'm just going to share the presentation and then I'll introduce Gord McGuire, who will speak to the city's asset management program. So again, the intent for today's presentation is to provide a bit of an overview of the city's asset management program, a bit of a reminder as well to the provincial regulations that the city has been working through as relates to asset management. And we felt it was beneficial just to remind committee members and staff as to where we are as relates to that journey and some upcoming efforts that will be required in 2021 around some of our core services. And then I will provide a bit of a summary on the 2021 tax-supported capital budget. The intent today wasn't to provide specific answers on projects, understanding that the documents were provided electronically to committee members just earlier this week. We had assumed that our next scheduled capital budget GIC, which I believe is next Friday, would provide an opportunity if councillors had specific questions as relates to projects within your wards or projects within specific portfolios or program areas, that the appropriate leadership directors would be available to answer those questions. So again, the intent today is just to provide a bit of a summary as to the 2021 forecast and to provide any answers, any questions pertaining to that summary. So I'm going to pass it over to Gord to speak to the city's asset management program. And Gord, I'm happy to move the slide deck forward.
Excellent. Thanks. Thanks very much, Mike, and appreciate the introduction. Good morning, members of the committee, and thanks very much for allowing me to present to you today. I hope this finds everyone well and healthy. I have 10 slides today, and we're talking about asset management, and as Mike mentioned, as a function of the provincial regulations and what we're doing here in the city of Hamilton. Next slide, Mike, please. So if you recall, last year I was here in front of you at the opening discussion for the budget. At that point, we had a conversation about the programming of assets, and it was more about sort of the strategic to tactical programming of how we work through developing the asset projects. This year is going to be a higher level overview of sort of the trajectory of asset management Sorry, I just popped that's Stephanie's note. The trajectory of asset management across the province and really how it's going to affect the city in the short to midterm. Sort of three major themes about what's taking place in this program. They are what's required and its provincial regulations. What does this mean? Discussions around program and portfolio levels of service, and then what are the processes? Next slide, please, Mike. Is it going, Mike?
Yeah, sorry, Gord. I'm just having a problem getting it to.
Okay.
There we go.
Perfect. Just a couple slides here on a discussion about where asset management is going and really an opportunity for us to look at where we've been. The term asset management is really maturing and it's progressing. I think it's important for us to recognize what it is that we have been doing and what it is we're going to be doing under the asset management umbrella. The city's really been identified as a leader in what's considered life cycle asset management, really kind of fundamentally managing assets and ensuring we understand when to intervene and how to make sure that we address state of good repair and maintaining assets. Kind of the more holistic view of asset management is reaching out beyond life cycle and really just trying to determine corporate priorities and ensuring alignment to both provincial and strategic overall planning. So ideally, we end up at the very top box, which is the organizational strategic plans. And underneath all of those elements, those are the things that are supporting it. The implementation box down in the bottom corner, that's really kind of where we are and where we've been. So this is a discussion around the progression. Next slide, please, Mike.
Sorry, Gord. I'm just having a problem
It's okay.
getting it to advance.
Excellent. So the next 5 slides are going to move us through a discussion about the regulatory cycle. So what we're doing here is we're complying with and following the provincial regulations and provincial legislation around asset management. So if we begin at the beginning, the first hurdle we needed to get through was a policy, and the policy was delivered and approved by council in June of 2019. And that policy is a high-level guiding document to ensure both compliance with the regulation as well as provide principles and purpose around managing assets. So I think it's an important document to note at this point in time because it has a 5-year lifespan. And at the end of the 5-year lifespan, that's okay. Yeah, at the end of the 5-year lifespan, we'll be at 2024. And at that point in time, we're going to revisit the policy with all of the work that's taken place over the next number of years. Yeah, next slide, please, Mike. So one of the considerations that the province has brought forward and that we've ensured is in our policy is the adoption of climate change and consideration of climate change to address things like the high water levels we've seen, the storm damage, not just flooding, but wind and those elements, as well as the issues that occurred over the winters and caused damages to our road network as well. So that's one of the things that's in our strategic management policy. And as we move forward, we'll continue to review it. Next slide, please, Mike. So this is an important slide. This is really the next phase in our journey. This will be back in front of committee and council and senior leadership team over the next 6 months with an updated asset management plan on what's defined as the city's core assets. And these core assets are determined by the province through the regulations as the water, wastewater, storm, roads, bridges portfolios. And in the roads portfolio, we've ensured that we include all elements in the right-of-way to manage it, including the traffic systems and lighting systems and everything that's needed to manage the transportation framework. So what's going to happen? Whoops, sorry, Mike. What's going to happen is we're going to bring you details on our assets, really the current levels of service, and I'll have a conversation about that quickly. and the expenditures that we have against them to maintain the level of service that they have right now. There won't be any recommendations in the asset management plan around what the level of service changes may be, and that will occur in the future. A lot of the metrics, a lot of the level of service metrics that you'll see will be technical. There'll be water main break histories and overall condition indexes for roads. And as we move forward, we're going to start defining more of a community-based level of service. Before I leave this slide, I think it's important to note that a lot of the metrics that we use, we compare to the industry. So an estimated service life for a road, how often should we be there and doing what sort of activities. The same with water mains, how long should they be in service, and also metrics around reinvestment rates from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, whether we're reinvesting at that same benchmark. Those have been used to determine gaps between our service level or our perceived service level and industry standards. As we move forward, by the time we get to the end, we'll have a Hamilton specific service levels through the asset management plans in order to properly understand where we're going. Next slide, please, Mike. So once we get through the 2021 core asset management process, what we'll do is the city will expand that process to include all of its assets. So all of the assets that we own, and we've labeled a number of them up there, including digital assets to parks assets, and from there deriving both levels of service and the costs to deliver those levels of service. So that will be a cycle that moves us into kind of a comprehensive asset management plan, and that'll be delivered by the summer of 2023. At that point in time, we'll try and establish levels of service from a community base, as opposed to completely technical, and some of these assets will be, determined in that fashion. Next slide, please, Mike. So by 2024, we will then have the foundation for the desired levels of service from every asset, and at that point in time, you'll have an understanding, and senior leadership will have an understanding of the assets that they own, the inventory, the condition, the level of service they're providing, and the current expenditure resources applied to them to deliver that. The discussions will then be around desired levels of service, proposed levels of service, target levels of service, based on the asset and based on the community and input from senior leadership and committee and council. And at that point in time, those are the discussions that take place around a gap or closing those deltas. Next slide, please, Mike. So this will be one of the conversations that we go to on a regular basis. It will be the cost, the risk, and the level of service, and discussion around priorities and understanding, how to best address and best mitigate potential risk and assure best value, while understanding and delivering on corporate and community priorities. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide. Really, this is a discussion around where the policy will be in 2024. We'll have established, all of your inventories and desired levels of service. And, our current policy does not have a discussion around priorities. It just seeks to try and understand those priorities. That will get updated in the 2024 cycle. We'll understand service enhancements, what that means to us, and then there'll be a number of questions regarding levels of service to be asked and answered between now and 2024. Next slide, please. So in summary, we have been through the process. We have a strategic asset management policy. We have the frameworks underway for the core asset management plan, which will be in front of the committee and council in the next 6 months, and we're laying the framework for the extension of those works, and that will continue, and we'll continue to bring this back on a regular basis through these processes, as well as through reports to the specific committees and council. That's it for me, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Thank you, Gord. I do have one speaker, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Gord. Thank you for the presentation, the information. So if I missed it, I apologize. But can you just explain to me, what are you referring to and what is it meaning when you're saying community-based? You said that a couple of times. I don't recall ever hearing that before in this context.
So
Gord?
some of the, certainly, and thank you, and through the chair, Councillor, some of the challenges are, we bring forward very technical metrics around, particularly the road program, where the road sits in what we can, an overall condition index. But the question is that meeting the community's needs? Is the road, fair enough, the road surface is what what it is, but is that what the community wants from that asset? That's the questions that we're going to be asking, and some of them lend themselves more to a community level of service rather than a pure hard technical. So there'll be some transition as we work through a variety of different assets.
Okay, so I guess I would put in the context, thank you for that, of, working with staff on maybe when I've dealt with upgrades and capital projects in my ward and expressing the concerns of, making efficiencies in how we do things. So when we did like Millen Road, that, the ancillary roads around it be done at the same time or in the same time period. Is that what you're referring to? Instead of going in and saying, okay, we're just going to do this piece right here now, but if we were to be efficient, we should be doing this and this piece.
Gord?
That's correct. That's a coordination aspect, and definitely one of the things that's in our policy. And it does serve the community well, and it's a definite benefit for them when we move through that cycle.
Excellent. Thank you. And so everything you've told us now is really just because we've had a good process. I know we are falling behind because of funding as far as our neighborhood asset management projects needs to meet the needs. But our current plan, so everything you're saying is coming back. This is just to add improvements to this plan that we've had in place. We're not upsetting the whole apple cart and starting all over again.
Gord?
Through the chair, and that's correct, Councillor. We are going to bring you all of the information that we have around the current performance of the assets and the expenditures, and then from there we'll determine council's priorities and how to best address them on a go-forward basis.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, if I can. Does that mean then what we have in our current program, because we have our annual upgrades that are coming, and I've got a couple in my ward as, neighborhood asset management projects coming forward in a certain time. Is that then all going to be readdressed? So they may not happen when they're proposed to happen right now.
Gord?
So through the chair, Councillor, we are not at this point in time suggesting or recommending any changes in the service levels. We're complying with the provincial regulations to ensure that you know what they are and where we are in that cycle. And then together with committee and council, we will have conversations around where you want them to go.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you very, very much for the clarifications.
Not a problem.
Thank you. I see no further speakers with questions, so we'll go back to Councillor Jackson. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. I just don't have your name here, and I didn't see you. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Director McGuire. Just a couple of questions for clarification, similar to Councillor Pearson, Madam Deputy Mayor. Gord, looking at your slide 5, asset management at City of Hamilton, then you speak of a focus on implementing life cycles, and now it's talking about achieving with corporate strategic objectives. I don't mean to be slow on this point, but can you help me understand what the basic difference is? Because isn't asset renewal of our infrastructure important, whether we do it now or in the future? And we've had discussions on the grades and priorities of roads that need reconstruction versus asset renewal. So I'm just trying to understand, it seems like a subtle distinction on slide 5, Madam Deputy Mayor, between then and now. Through you to Director McGuire, please.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Gord?
Through the chair, to Councillor Jackson, the So the discussion around asset management over the last number of years has been, what is it the corporation's trying to achieve from a priority perspective in all of its assets across all of its infrastructure, and how are you establishing those priorities, and from that perspective, how are the resources being allocated or managed to achieve those priorities? So when you get to a specific asset like the roads asset, there's a cycle around life cycle and renewal and rehab and that sort of thing. The questions are across the whole corporation: how are the priorities being established and how are they being resourced? So that's the elevation of this particular discussion.
So thank you, Gord. So then to have more of a holistic, to see all the competing needs of asset renewal across all sectors of the corporation, and to see what our best plan and ultimate decision making is going to be towards that. Is that an accurate summary of what you said, Gord, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor?
Yep, Gord?
Yes, and that's correct. And I see Dan McKinnon is online looking to.
Is General Manager McKinnon just giving an affirmative nod, or he wishes to add more, please?
Dan?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you, and good morning. Just in the Hamilton experience, we actually have a group called Asset Management, and I think Council's very familiar with the group that does that. When you look at the regulation as proposed and as envisioned, what we do in Hamilton right now probably would not be characterized as asset management. It's more about we're evaluating the condition of the existing assets, and then we're doing capital programs. So while when we look back at our history, Hamilton will kind of get out ahead of a lot of this with respect to the industry. And I think for a period of time, we were seen as industry leaders. That name for that group is a bit confusing now, because what the province is envisioning with this regulation is to take it up to even a higher level and have a different conversation at the corporate level about which assets do we have, which ones do we not need. Do we have a prioritization framework with respect to how do you, say, evaluate the fire or the rec master plan against your road program? And so what we do very well in Hamilton is we do the condition assessments, we manage the assets, but that asset management framework that I believe is envisioned by the province is something that's at a much higher level and really needs to happen corporately. So Jeanette and Mike and myself and SLT, we've been having this discussion about how do we approach that. And so going forward, we need to take a corporate view of this, as opposed to what I will say is kind of down in the trenches type work that Gord and his team do when it comes to managing assets. So I thought I would just offer that to see if that brought any more clarity.
It sure did. Thank you so much, General Manager McKinnon, for that extra explanation. Madam Deputy Mayor, if I'm at my 5 minutes, I only had one more question of clarity, but if there's others, I'll wait.
If you're quick, you've got about 40 seconds left.
Okay, Madam Deputy Mayor, through you to Director McGuire or GM McKinnon, specifically on roads. If my memory is flawed, correct me. If I recall 10, 15 years ago, at a time when Senior Project Manager Richard Andoga was there, Director Gary Moore, I remember we started, I think through provincial funding, we parked some money aside strictly for roads, asset renewal of the roads, to extend a road 10, 15 years instead of a full reconstruction that was very costly and disruptive to a street and residents and a neighborhood. I recall now, over the years, it seems like I recall staff saying, Gord, no more money is put aside in that asset renewal, and staff are looking toward councillors with our area rated money to fill that gap. Could they provide a comment? And that's my last question, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Gord?
Through the chair and to you, Councillor, yes, there is a neighborhood, I believe a neighborhood strategy, and that was funded. And I have some data here, and I'll dig it up and get back to you on it. In 2007 or 8, something along those lines.
That's what I thought.
And that there's a funding pool, but it has not increased over time, and that's what we use to apply to that level.
Councillor?
That's fine. Thank you, Gord. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
And Councillor, did you need to come back, or are you finished? You finished? All right. Thank you. Thank you. So unless someone else has another question, then we'll go back to Mike and carry on with this presentation. Okay. Thank you, Gord, very much. Mike, the floor is yours again.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Gordon. Apologize for that poor driving through your part of the presentation. As I mentioned earlier, the intent for this morning is provide a bit of a summary as to the 2021 capital budget, preliminary 2021 capital budget, as well as the multi-year 2021 to 2024 capital forecast. I appreciate Gord's participation and the support from our colleagues in Public Works. I thought it was relevant just to remind ourselves of the provincial regulations around asset management. And you can see in the case of the City of Hamilton, our assets represent a replacement value of approximately $24 billion. And you can see the split between water, wastewater, storm, representing about 42% of that $24 billion valuation, and tax-supported programs making up the balance at 58%. What taxpayers and residents may not know or appreciate is that municipalities in Canada account for approximately 60% of public assets. So again, municipalities have a critical role as it relates to quality of life and economic prosperity. What residents also may not know is that municipal taxes represent less than 10 cents of every tax dollar that taxpayers in Canada pay. So infrastructure continues to be a challenge not only for City of Hamilton, but other municipalities. Hence the regulation that the provincial government brought forward that Gord described around core services, non-core services, more of a holistic approach to asset management that will require municipalities, including the City of Hamilton, to have conversations around level of service and the associated financing strategy to support that level of service. You'll see through the 2021 budget and through the multi-year forecast is there are certain portfolios, more specifically non-core assets, where we have some work to do in order to prepare ourselves for these future conversations. As an example, there's a project for IT asset management in that we haven't a IT asset inventory, and so we need to do some of that preliminary work before we get to 2023-24 in order to provide council with information so that you can make some informed decisions around levels of services and the associated asset management strategy. A few highlights on the 2021 gross capital budget. The 2021 gross capital budget is being presented at $482.3 million, and in comparison to $397.7 million in 2020. So that represents a difference of approximately just short of $85 million of additional infrastructure investment in 2021 versus 2020. What's driving that difference in part is the city's continued application to provincial federal governments around transit, our ISIP application that represents about $40 million in additional funding in 2021, as well as a additional $11 million for roads, sidewalks, bridges, street lighting, and traffic. Police services represents an additional $9.5 million, and that is principally the growth-related project in the Waterdown station. Corporate facilities, approximately $7 million, and that is principally the downtown operations center for Public Works, as well as some investments in our roof management program. And the final component to the additional funding is approximately $4 million in additional funding for an expansion to the D-Wing at Macassa Lodge. So again, 2021, our preliminary forecast shows a significant $85 million increase in infrastructure investment over and above the 2020 approved capital program. Just wanted to highlight that in addition to the capital program that's before you for consideration, are some one-time announcements from senior levels of government, the resilience infrastructure stream that we've spoken to previously, $7.4 million, that'll come forward to committee through a separate standalone report, I believe in December. And as well, committee is already aware of the Rapid Housing Initiative, the $10.8 million investment from senior levels of government that Paul Johnson spoke to at council on Wednesday. So just highlighting that in addition to the proposed $482 million is approximately $19 million in additional funding that has already come before, will be coming before committee as it relates to senior levels of government investments in response to the current pandemic. So again, in terms of 2021 versus 2020, as I've mentioned previously, staff are proposing a financing strategy that will represent some additional investments over and above what we had forecasted for 2021 last year. And the additional funding represents a difference of about $14.7 million of additional funding, again, over and above what was forecast for 2021. I spoke at a previous committee meeting of some amendments in our assumptions in 2021, principally around our cost to borrow. Partly in response to the pandemic, we're seeing a lower cost to borrow than historical, and we're making an adjustment in our financing strategy around that. Again, an adjustment from an assumption of 5% cost to borrow to a 3% cost to borrow. So that represents approximately $5 million in additional funding for 2021. That also has an impact as it relates to our costs around our transit strategy and our national housing strategy. Both of those programs were heavily reliant on debt financing. And that adjustment represents approximately another $4.6 million in savings in those two portfolios. As well, there's some new additional debt, principal debt for the Mount Hope Library that is being deferred to 2022 of approximately $3.4 million, and you'll see that at the bottom of this table. Also some one-time injections in funding from reserves. Councillor Jackson and Gord spoke to some previous funding, I believe, from the provincial government in a year when the provincial government had a surplus and shared a portion of that surplus with municipalities. We have a remaining balance. You can see the third line from the bottom of $2 million in that reserve for roads, bridges, traffic, and staff are suggesting to leverage that $2 million and close out that reserve. That reserve's been established for well over a decade, and the purpose for that reserve is as is highlighted on this slide for our roads, traffic, and bridges program. Council in 2020, in the early days of this pandemic, set aside some capital surplus through a closing of a series of capital projects of about $1.1 million, and you'll see that COVID-19 reserve, that $1.1 million was set aside in effort to provide some funding for future decisions of council in response to the pandemic, and staff are suggesting leveraging that $1.1 million for the purposes of reinvestment in our 2021 capital program. I provided a update at our last audit finance admin with respect to our 2020 forecast. You may recall we have a capital financing surplus, forecasted surplus of excess of $9 million in 2020. Originally, we had assumed a $2 million contribution from that surplus as part of our 2021 capital financing plan. Staff are suggesting increasing that $2 million to $4.6 million. So you'll see a difference of $2.6 million in 2020 capital financing surplus. And finally, you may recall in 2019, the federal government did a one-time doubling of the federal gas tax funding that they share with municipalities, and staff are recommending leveraging a portion of that remaining funding from 2019, approximately $2.5 million as additional investment towards our 2021 capital budget process. So overall, you'll see that staff are recommending leveraging some of these additional funding sources, including contributions from reserves, some changes to our debt financing strategy that represents almost $15 million in additional investment in 2021 versus that which was forecasted last year for the upcoming year. As it relates to where that money is being reflected in the capital budget, of that $14.7 million, approximately $7.3 million is reflected in our IT program, and it's principally three areas. The majority of that $7.3 million is being recommended towards the city's requirement to invest $6 million in our 911 platform. There was a report to Audit, Finance, and Admin Committee, I believe, in November. This is a joint initiative between IT, Hamilton Police Services, Hamilton Fire Services, and Hamilton Paramedic Services. Requirement that Bell will no longer be supporting our current 911 platform, and staff have identified a requirement of a $6 million investment towards the next generation 911. In addition to the investment to next generation 911, the balance of the funding, the difference of about 1.3 million, is portion of that's towards our IT asset management program. I spoke previously to some necessary work to prepare us for the conversation around non-core assets for 2023, and so 2021 represents a year that we need to make some necessary efforts towards doing an assessment of our IT assets. In addition is some work around IT security as we pivot towards more technology and more reliance on technology. We see the need for making some investments towards ensuring our technology is secure and our data is secure. In addition to the IT investments is we've earmarked $4.9 million towards, I believe, a capital project of about $5.5 million. The project is for self-contained breathing apparatus for Hamilton Fire Services, a necessary health and safety investment, and the difference of the funding between the $5.5 million and the $4.9 million will come from Hamilton Fire Services Small Equipment Reserve. However, that reserve isn't sufficient to make the overall investment, and for that reason, staff are recommending $4.9 million towards the overall $5.5 million investment. Transportation infrastructure, approximately $1.9 million of the overall, just short of $15 million, is earmarked towards transportation infrastructure, principally roads rehabilitation and replacement. And with respect to corporate facilities, I've already spoken to the Public Works, Downtown Central Operations Yard, and that represents approximately $1 million of the almost $15 million investment. Committee will, I'll just remind committee, when the guideline report came before Council on November 11th, Council amended the guideline to include an additional 0.5% capital levy increase for discretionary blocks, and what staff are reflecting in today's presentation is the 0.5% represents an additional $4.5 million in funding. We're suggesting earmarking that $4.5 million towards transportation infrastructure, as well as facilities management. What we heard on November the 11th was interest by council to continue to address the state of our assets and state of good repair. And so again, staff are earmarking $3 million towards transportation infrastructure, $1.5 million towards our facilities management. We've done so through looking at our asset valuations and where we continue to have some of our most significant infrastructure deficits. And so we've apportioned the $4.5 million accordingly. With respect to specific projects, again, we will look to committee either today or a future GIC for some further direction as to where committee would like the, for instance, the $3 million in transportation infrastructure to be directed. Just for the benefit of committee and the general public, when we describe transportation infrastructure, that's not just transit and roads. That also includes sidewalks and bike paths as well. Just a bit of a snapshot, just wanting to highlight the changes in 2021 around our reliance on debt and what we refer to as transfer from operating, which really represents dollar for dollar from the levy. You can see that our debt charges, our reliance on debt and associated debt charges is dropping slightly from 2021 from 2020. And as I spoke to previously, what's driving that in part is the lower cost to borrow. So as private citizens are seeing, in part because of the pandemic, is lower mortgage rates, lower lines of credit costs for lines of credit, that we are experiencing that as a corporation, as a municipality as well. So that represents some avoided costs for the city of Hamilton. And so you can see the additional increase, the 0.5% for discretionary block. And you'll recall staff recommended an additional 0.5, which now is 0.4 towards our ISIP transit obligations in 2021, and an additional $2 million for DC exemptions. These are decisions made in an effort to try to facilitate development within the city of Hamilton. So that represents an additional $2 million. So in total, you'll see down below in the table down below 2021 proposed capital levy increase at 0.9%. Not different from 2019 and 2020. 2019 and 20 were slightly higher than our historical capital levy increases of 0.5%. And you can see the breakdown. We've tried to reflect what the driving factors to the increases in 19 and 20 were. And you can see continuing in the theme of transit is the original program being the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, PTIF, which transitioned over to ISIP. The multi-year commitment council has made towards transit has been in part a driving factor to the 2019 through 2020 approved and recommended increases. In West Harbor was a factor in 2019 and 20, not a contributing factor in 2021. Downtown accommodations was a issue that council dealt with in 2020. And as I mentioned previously, the additional $2 million in DC exemption funding that the city staff are recommending on the capital side. I do want to point out that this $2 million is different from the funding that was approved for the Roxborough development. That those contributions are reflected on the operating side, and those will come before council in the new year. So again, just highlighting that currently we sit at a capital levy increase of just short of 1%, 0.9, and you can see that we are heavily leveraging that funding from contribution, which really supports council's previous strategy around state of good repair and managing our debt exposure on a go-forward basis. A bit of an update. This is new information, updated information than what was presented previously to council. Some good news is overall, municipal departments have been continuing to review their 2021 operating forecasts. And what you're seeing here, that city departments are reflecting an increase of 2.2%. And that's a significant decrease from what was presented to committee during the budget outlook in October. And that budget outlook, we are forecasting an increase of 3.1%. Through the guideline reports, council approved a boards and agencies guideline of 2%, and so you'll see that reflected under our assumptions for boards and agencies. And as I just mentioned, capital financing representing an increase of the capital levy of 0.9%. So again, what we're showing is currently where we sit with the following assumptions around boards and agencies and our preliminary number for capital financing. An average increase for a residential property owner would be 3.3%, much lower than where we've been at this point of the process in previous years. So I just want to recognize and thank my senior leadership team colleagues for the work they continue to do around reviewing their operating budgets. And again, this will come formally before council in the upcoming weeks as we finalize our 2021 tax-supported operating preliminary budget. So again, a favorable update in that we currently sit at 3.3%, which would represent for an average property owner with the average assessment of $380,300, an increase of $122. And so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I apologize. I should have offered up the opportunity for questions as I go through my presentation or at the end of the presentation. So again, I'm in the hands of committee as to when you would like to entertain questions.
Thank you, Mike. I don't have anyone asking for the floor. So
okay.
I would say, Councillor Clark. Go ahead.
I'm struggling because there's no button to say we want to speak on the general issues budget. E-scribe.
Councillor Clark, I do keep my eye on the chat. So if you wanted to put it in the chat, I would see it.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor Clark, Clerk Stephanie Paparella would like to say a word.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not hearing you, Stephanie. It's coming.
Can you hear me now?
Can now.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I had to move that microphone down towards my mouth. Sorry, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We did activate the speakers list in the middle. It was fixed by eScribe, so you may need to hit F5 in order to see it. If not, and it doesn't work, please use the chat. But if you hit F5, it probably will show. Thank you.
Thank you. I can wait to the end, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Yeah. Councillor Ferguson, we do see you. Go ahead, Councillor Clark. Oh, you can wait till the end? Is that what you're saying? I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, just
We're not hearing you.
Yeah,
there you are.
One quick question to Mike on slide 21. You're showing boards and agencies at 0.2%, but you reference it as 2%. Is that a typo?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, no. So again, this is boards and agencies as a whole. So again, we do assume in the case of all boards and agencies, so this includes conservation authorities, Hamilton Police Services, Hamilton Public Library, and I believe Farmers Market is included in that figure. So again, it's just how it's reflected as a percentage of the overall, Councillor, so I can appreciate the confusion. So again, we are assuming a 2% for all boards and agencies.
And that's built into that 3.3%. That's built into that 3.3%.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes. And I just want to highlight one other change I should have spoken to. So where we sat earlier was 4%, assuming a 0.5% capital levy increase. So we currently sit at 3.3%, reflecting a 0.9% increase in capital financing.
And the 3.3 includes a 0.5% in capital increase.
Yes. Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, exclusive of that additional 0.5, we would be at 2.8%.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I don't see any additional speakers, so
great.
Mike, you can carry on. Thank you.
Thanks through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I assume this slide might trigger some interest, and I just didn't want to glance over it too quickly.
Thank you, sir.
So with respect to the total investment, we've spoken a bit about State of Good Repair, and Gord introduced the topic of asset management. As in previous years, this really won't be new information to committee members. Committee and council is quite aware that our existing obligation towards maintaining our assets really consumes much of our ability to invest through our tax or rate capital programs. So of the $482 million in gross forecasted investment in 2021, you can see that 82% is targeted towards data good repair. The balance, approximately $87 million, will facilitate growth and is principally funded from development charges. So again, just wanting to highlight for committee members and for the public is our reliance on investing towards maintaining our current assets. And just as a reminder, this continues to be one of the areas our credit rating agency examines and focuses on each and every year, the city's ability to fund our infrastructure obligations, and recognizing the city really doesn't have much flexibility as it relates to infrastructure investments. These are necessary investments, and recognizing from time to time there may be ebbs and flows from the level of investment, but overall the city has an ongoing obligation towards maintaining quality of life and economic prosperity, in part through our infrastructure capital program. I've already spoken to some of the amendments in our 2021 capital financing plan, some additional reliance on the federal gas tax reserve funds because of a one-time doubling of the federal contributions, some amendments in our assumptions around the cost to borrow. Also recognizing that those adjustments around cost to borrow will impact our future debt obligations for transit and our national housing strategy, exhausting of our roads, bridges, and traffic capital reserve of approximately $2 million and the $1.1 million in our COVID capital reserve. Just wanting to highlight that some of these funding sources are one-time, they're not sustainable. The roads and bridges will be exhausting that reserve, and the remaining funding in that reserve, the COVID reserve specific to council's efforts early during this pandemic, the $1.1 million is a one-time. So again, the approximately $15 million is significant, but a significant portion of that $15 million won't be available to us in 2022. But recognizing our current situation as it relates to the pandemic and interest for some targeted investments, is staff have recommended leveraging those funds to increase our overall investment in 2021 and to help to contribute towards the recovery we are hoping to experience in 2021. Again, you'll see at the bottom of that slide, just highlighting that the funding the projects that are presented through the capital budget are exclusive of the resilience stream, the $7.4 million, which will be coming to council or committee in the coming weeks, and the rapid housing initiative that committee and council has already dealt with. In terms of how are we going to fund the $482 million approximately of infrastructure investments, I'll start on the right-hand side with respect to subsidy and other revenue. This is principally funding from senior levels of government for transit and social housing. So the majority of that, approximately $156 million, is for those two portfolios, specifically $140 million for transit through assumptions we are making around the ISIP program, and the balance is for investments of approximately $14 million for housing. Reserves, other internal part of our traditional financing strategy, is we contribute each year through the operating budget towards a replacement of equipment or investments in facilities, similar to what a private household may do. Is some households may have the capacity to set money aside for future upgrades to their homes, a roof to the home, replacement of windows to the home. We have a similar practice. We set money aside in reserves towards those future investments, principally in the area of equipment. So for instance, fleets and equipment, it represents approximately $46 million of that reserve contribution. As well, each and every year, council participates through our WIP closing committee, reviewing previously approved capital projects that are substantially complete and may have remaining balance that can be applied to, in part to the 2021 capital budget, and in part to reduce our reliance on debt, and finally as per our policy, funding back to the original funding source, which may be reserves. But within that $482 million, we're reflecting approximately $24 million in WIP funding, which really represents surplus funding from previously approved capital projects that are being closed out. And finally, $17.1 million in financing in part towards housing through the Future Fund contribution, I believe, of $4 million, as well as towards the Future Fund contributions towards the poverty reduction housing strategy, $4 million, I believe, in the Future Fund contributions, $3 million in a uplift from our electric dividends as a result of the merger. I've spoken to the $1.1 million in the COVID reserve, and as well as some capital financing surpluses because of our changes in our 2020 capital financing surpluses. So that represents the reserve contributions. Development charges, we're reflecting a draw from development charge reserves of approximately $87 million towards a series of projects that are contained in the budget documents to help to facilitate growth. Federal gas tax, in addition to our typical $34 million in federal gas tax, is the leveraging in excess of $2 million from the 2019 doubling for a total of about $36.5 million. And the final piece, the second final piece is transfer from operating. So this is dollar for dollar from our tax levy. So as property owners contribute through their property tax bill, a portion of that goes directly towards our infrastructure program, and that represents about $87 million. And the final piece is our external debt. And again, we're assuming the need to issue approximately $29 million in external debt. So again, that just provides committee and the public a sense as to how we are projecting to fund the approximately $482 million in infrastructure investments in 2021. Bit of a breakdown as to the $482 million. Transit represents the most significant investment program of that $482 million, about 40% or $192 million. The principal project in that program is really the maintenance and storage facility. So that makes up the majority of the $193 million, or short of $193 million. Roads, bridges, sidewalks, street lighting, traffic representing about 23% of the gross investment at around $112 million. You can see facilities at approximately $38 million, housing at about $30 million. And I won't go all the way down the list, but just for the benefit of committee and the public, just giving you a sense as to the portfolios and the asset classes that the $482 million would go towards supporting. Some additional highlights, $112 million again towards roads, bridges, traffic. The majority of that is towards maintaining our existing assets. Approximately $78.5 million towards data good repair projects, and these are distributed across the city, as well as approximately $33.5 million in growth projects. And the majority of this, about half of that $33.4 million is committed towards the east-west corridor, more commonly known as the Waterdown Bypass. That represents approximately $17 million. And then the Dickinson, Upper James to Lancaster project at $6 million, and Nebo Rimo to 20 at just short of $5 million. And again, just a reminder as it relates to the growth-related projects, majority of that funding is borne through development charges. We've spoken previously around West Harbour. So West Harbour, we're reflecting a overall investment of approximately $9 million, and that represents approximately $5 million in the Pier 5 to 7 boardwalk, and some other material projects is the Bayfront Park upgrades, Phase 2, washrooms at about $1.3 million, and streetscaping Pier 8 at $1 million, and finally Marina Shoreline Rehab at $1.2 million. So again, continuation towards the overall West Harbor development program with the objective of increasing the residential and commercial development activity and supporting the quality of life around the West Harbor. Housing initiatives, we're reflecting a gross investment of about $30 million. I've mentioned previously the poverty reduction strategy, making up a portion of the $30 million, as well as funding from the Canada Ontario Community Housing Initiative of about $2.8 million, further $3 million from Ontario Priorities Housing Initiative. The majority of the funding we're reflecting is the $17 million in National Housing Strategy funding, of which $10 million being borne by municipal contribution and $7 million from funding from the federal government through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. And the final piece being $500,000 in social housing capital repairs and regeneration of approximately $500,000. So again, overall, we're showing a $30 million gross investment in housing. Breaking that down, you'll see that the City of Hamilton continues to be the majority funding party to our housing investment strategy. We make up approximately 60% of the overall investment. So you can see the city's contribution is made up of reserve funding, some additional debt as it relates to our contribution towards National Housing Strategy, and finally some funding from the operating budget. And you can see that the federal provincial contributions represent approximately $12.8 million of the $30.3 million. What we're seeing is the continued reliance on the City of Hamilton towards housing investments within the City of Hamilton. So you can see that looking at the time period 2017 through 2024, the City of Hamilton continues to be the most significant contributor amongst the three levels of government towards housing solutions within the City of Hamilton. So again, this represents total housing investment, not just capital, but capital and operating. You can see for 2021, we're forecasting a overall investment of approximately $127 million. In the 2020 figure, you'll see a bit of an increase in the middle bar there, the provincial contribution, and that's because we are reflecting the resilient housing, or sorry, the $10 million for housing that was previously announced as part of the response to COVID. So again, this continues to be a bit of a challenge for City of Hamilton and municipalities in Ontario. We're the only jurisdiction in all of North America where housing in part is funded through property taxes. And in the case of the City of Hamilton, we continue to be, of the three levels of government, the level of government that's contributing the most towards housing solutions within the City of Hamilton. And this includes, in part, the poverty reduction strategy, the overall $50 million contribution. This will also capture the investments towards the National Housing Strategy, the $170 million, of which $100 million is coming from the City of Hamilton, $70 million through Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, through the federal government. And I'll also highlight, if you look at the 2022, 23, 24 forecast, that the provincial contributions are, we're reflecting a real drop in provincial contributions in those years. So the message here is the continued need for advocacy and funding from senior levels of government, the City of Hamilton, in part, again, through the poverty reduction strategy, and what additional efforts are being made in 2021 around the Roxborough strategy is the city continues to make investments towards housing solutions, and we really do require senior levels of government to increase their participation towards these financial commitments and towards some permanent housing solutions. So just wanting to highlight this information. It was presented previously to Council through the 2020 budget process, and we'll continue to update this information on a go-forward basis. With respect to climate change being one of Council's other priority areas, we're reflecting about $115 million in 2021 capital investments out of potential to contribute positively to the city's climate action plan. We have about $31.5 million towards HSR bus replacements, where we're looking at low carbon emission alternatives. Also, about $7.5 million in HSR expansion in an effort to try to promote public transportation, reducing carbon emissions from shared commuting. Parkland development, approximately $13.5 million of parkland development. Piers 5 through 7 I mentioned previously. Randall Reef, $500,000 contribution towards the rehabilitation of Randall Reef. $4.3 million in funding towards tree planting, and approximately $10 million in facility rehabilitation upgrades and retrofits, where we're looking at building automation systems, upgrades, energy efficient mechanical investments. So again, approximately 115 million gross in investments that potentially could contribute to the city's climate change action plans. We've spoken a bit around growth-related projects, and we're reflecting a draw from development charge reserves of about $79 million, and you can see the breakdown of those similar to the other investments, roads and transit being some of the most significant portfolios where we'll be making investments to help to facilitate growth and expansion in our community, including recreation parks, and you can see the remaining portfolios or program areas. Further to the growth-related projects, just wanting to highlight a few projects. The maintenance and storage facility, again, represents about $140 million gross investments in 2021, and you can see the breakdown of that $140 million investment is we're assuming subsidy from senior levels of government of about $103 million, development charge debt of about $21 million, and finally tax-supported debt of approximately $17 million. So an example of one of our growth-related projects. I mentioned previously the east-west road corridor, more commonly known as Waterdown Bypass, approximately $16.8 million, majority of that funded through development charges and development charge debt, $16 million, and the balance through our operating budget of approximately $800,000. We identified recreation as one of those portfolios benefiting from growth, and again, the expansion of the Sir Wilfrid Laurier gymnasium, and that represents a gross investment funded through development charges of about $7 million. And finally, the Confederation Park redevelopment at $6.6 million gross. The majority of that funded through development charges, $5.3 million, and the balance through operating contribution at $1.3 million. So just some examples of some of the growth-related projects that we are forecasting for 2021. Just want to take a few minutes to speak to our debt profile. What you're seeing before you in this graph is not just the tax-supported debt, but our rate DC forecasted debt, our rate debt, and our tax DC being development charge debt. So overall, you can see that our tax-supported debt, we're projecting to increase and peaking somewhere around 2027 at 2028, $357 million, as well as our tax DC supported debt peaking somewhere in the 2024 period at about $230 million. You can see overall, while our debt is forecast to increase to about $1.4 billion, just wanting to highlight some of the information that's in the report that pertains to debt and council's policy around debt. Committee members may recall that we have a debt policy. That debt policy includes a number of parameters that staff are required to meet as it relates to our debt forecasts. In the case of tax and rate supported debt, the limitation that council's imposed is that tax and rate supported debt cannot exceed 60% of the city's own source revenues. And just wanting to highlight that while it is increasing from a ratio of 24% to 24% in 2019 to 27% in 2021, we're still well within the 60% limit that council has imposed through our debt policy. On the development charge side is just a reminder that council has imposed a limit of development charge debt not to exceed 25% of total DC eligible costs. We currently sit at around a ratio of 2%. We're projecting that to increase to about 2.6% in 2021, well below the 25% threshold. So just wanting to highlight that, again, we're very mindful of council's policy around debt. We're very mindful of trying to balance contribution and debt and recognizing that we apply debt where there's a rationale for debt, and also mindful not to pass on the future costs to the next generation by over leveraging debt. If the projects relate to a legacy issue, we try to balance between collecting revenues from the current generation and limiting passing on that burden to the next generation. So in part, those are some of our considerations as we look at the breakdown between contribution and debt as part of our financing strategy. As well as the province imposes a limitation for municipalities as it relates to a ceiling on servicing debt. So this graph highlights that red dash line represents what the province has imposed on the city of Hamilton as it relates to capacity to service debt. So this would be capacity on a household basis. If there was a limitation on how much mortgage or how much of your disposable income could be applied towards your mortgage payments, that's what that red line represents. So you can see we're well below the ceiling that the province has imposed on the city of Hamilton. So just again, wanting to highlight that both as it relates to the city's debt policy and the provincial limitations, we fall below both the policy and the provincial limitations around debt and debt servicing debt charges. I mentioned as well the reliance on reserves, and so just wanting to highlight some of the areas that we are relying on reserves. I mentioned previously about $11 million towards fleet replacement where vehicles are end of life. A further about $3.6 million for emergency vehicles and fire apparatus. And finally, about $9.3 million towards our HSR bus replacement program. Again, when the vehicles approach end of life, which in the case of transit is 12 years.
Mike, sorry to interrupt you. We're losing you. You're cutting out. Mike, you might want to shut your video.
I'll try to speak louder.
No, you were actually cutting out, so maybe your video needs to go off. I'm not sure. Try that.
I'll try that, and not sure if that helps. I'm nearing the end of my presentation, so hopefully I'll get through the presentation here. And just as it relates to the multi-year forecast beyond 2021, you'll see in the budget documents is staff are providing information as to what we see in the future. And again, we're assuming a 0.5% capital levy increase each and every year towards our block programs for the period 2022 to 2024. The transit ISIP programs continues to be a factor in our 2022 to 2024 forecast. Again, we're assuming that the funding agreement that is still outstanding. We're still awaiting commitments from the provincial federal governments. We're hoping that those commitments will be front-ended. You'll see that we're making assumptions that, for instance, the maintenance and storage facility will proceed in 2021, and you can see the demands as it relates to the ISIP transit stream drop-off in 2023 and 2024. West Harbor, you can see it varies, but we're assuming additional debt requirements and consequently capital levy impacts in 2022 through 2024. And again, what we've recommended is a one-time DC exemption increase of $2 million that's reflected in the 2021. And currently, we're not forecasting any additional increases in 2022 to 2024. However, I do want to point out that there was a legislative proposed change by the provincial government that would make one of our post-secondary partners development charge exempt, which would have an impact to the municipality in future years. So again, subject to the approval of that regulatory change, staff may be reporting back in future years with respect to some additional pressures around development charge exemptions. What staff are reflecting is a 4-year gross capital funding forecast of about $1.5 billion, just short of $1.5 billion, and you can see the breakdown of that $1.5 billion as it relates to the financing strategy. And you can see the majority of that forecasted $1.5 billion, approximately $1.2 billion being targeted towards data good repair, maintaining our current assets, and the balance of about 21% or $3.8 million being invested in growth-related projects funded principally through development charges. So next steps, as I mentioned at the start of this morning's presentation, this is the first of 2 scheduled capital budget GICs, and we are targeting council approval on, I believe, December 16th for the capital budget. And again, if we're not in a position, if committee's not in a position to move forward with the staff recommendation report, we would work with clerks on some alternative dates in January. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any questions committee might have. And I can stop sharing if that might help my bandwidth problem here.
Thank you, Mike. I do have one speaker at the moment, and that's Councillor Clark. So Councillor Clark, if you would like to bring forward your questions, we can determine whether or not we need Mike to stop sharing. But at the moment, you may have questions that are to specific slides, sir. So we'll just wait and see. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Clark. You're muted, sir. I can't hear you yet. Still not hearing you, Councillor Clark. Oh, for some reason, you're not unmuting. We'll give you a minute.
Councillor Clark, is your computer itself muted as well? Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you perfectly.
Holy smokes, I got too many buttons to push here to get myself to, oh my goodness. Anyways, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Mr. Zagarica, I'm not sure if you can answer these questions, but on page 10 of 12 of the capital budget project list, it indicates $150,000 for something called the Transportation Tomorrow Survey. I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if Dan has that answer or if that's information we could come back to our next GIC with.
So through you, Madam Chair, Jason Thorne here from PED, I can respond to that question. The Transportation Tomorrow Survey is a survey conducted by the Ministry of Transportation And it is a partnership with municipalities across the province. So different municipalities contribute, and that's the rider travel pattern data that we use as the basis for a number of our policies and programs, including the Transportation Master Plan. So it's a survey they do of Ontario residents that ask questions like, what mode of transport did you use to get to school, get to work, those kinds of questions. So it's a survey that's been undertaken for quite some time now, maybe a decade or more.
And each municipality is paying $150,000?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't know if it's an equal contribution or some sort of prorated contribution, but municipalities do contribute, yes.
So we pay that to the province, and then they do whatever they're going to do with the money.
So through you, Madam Chair, they undertake the survey, and then the survey is made available to all of the municipalities.
Okay, and then on the same page, it talks about something called Education Priorities Vision Zero. 400,000, and then Engagement Priorities Vision Zero is 50,000. What exactly are we engaging in? What kind of process are we putting in place that's costing us $400,000 to educate people about Vision Zero?
So through you, Madam Chair, I'll refer that one to Dan. That's a Public Works initiative.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't have the information in front of me at the moment. Certainly happy to bring that back to committee or to the councillor offline. I'm imagining that some of it represents the work that we do with public health with respect to reviews that we do about how young people get to school, how they walk to school, and whether or not there's safety measures that should flow out of those surveys that we do. But to be confident about that answer, I'd want to circle back to you, Councillor.
I'd appreciate that. Likewise, I'm trying to understand exactly what the Neighborhood Speed Reduction Initiative is, $450,000. Are those just the signs that people are putting on their lawns?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, again, I'd be relying on Edward. I think it may have to do with the initiative that we have with respect to the different neighborhoods across the different wards and the speed reduction that we're doing with that. But I would again, to be certain, I'd want to confirm with Edward.
Councillor.
Thank you. And consultation and accommodation on page 8 of 12. It doesn't exactly indicate what that is, and it looks like it's $30,000.
Dan.
You can get back to me on that one too.
Yeah, I think the intent was for us to have all of our directors at the next meeting so that we could answer some of these more in-depth questions. But happy to circle back on that one as well.
And then the other one is the public use feasibility needs study, 295,000. That seems to be on page, what is it, 6 of 12. So those would be all of those ones. Mr. Zagarek, can I just confirm my understanding from when I'm reading this document is that on sidewalks, new sidewalks, we spend in total 450,000, but 428,000 come from development charges. That makes sense to me. We're building new sidewalks in new divisions. Our contribution to that is 22,000. The rehab of sidewalks is 750,000. That represents 0.16% of $482 million of our capital budget. Did I miss anything on sidewalks?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would say no, based on the project listing that's before you, unless Dan and his team advise differently. I'm not sure if within some of the combined projects, if there might be a sidewalk component, but the councillor is correct. And as it relates to the projects that are before you, that's what's been programmed for 2021. Having said that, I did mention previously the motion on November 11th for the additional 0.5% would represent about $4.5 million, and we are recommending that a portion of that go towards transportation, which could include sidewalks.
Councillor, your 5 minutes is up. Do you need to go back on the list?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'll do that. Thank you. And Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Vanderbeek. So just to be sure, today's purpose is to give a broad overview. We go through the details, and then our staff directors will be present at the next meeting once we go through these budget sheets to ask specific questions and/or we email them in advance. Is that the preferred process through you, Chair, to maybe Mr. Zagirik?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I do appreciate the question. We're mindful that these documents were disseminated just earlier this week, so committee hasn't had a lot of time to review and digest the documents. The intent was to introduce the 2021 capital budget through a bit of a summary in addition to the discussion items that are before you. If there are specific questions, it's also always an opportunity to reach out to staff and for staff to provide the detail. But our intent was to come back on December 3rd with the appropriate leadership directors and try to answer any more detailed or specific questions committee members might have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zagirik. I do have one question that's sort of general in methodology, and just one is, it is clarifying a number, if I may. So you gave a few examples of, for example, road projects that are being fully financed by DCs, but how do we, in our accounting to the public, in that same, or is it a different document, when we talk about the operating costs that will result as a consequence of that infrastructure, and how do we do that for the public?
Mike?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we've tried to improve the tracking of that through the detail sheets. I would say it still is a work in progress. So we're more disciplined at providing that information as it relates to state and repair projects. But it would be borne typically through the operating budget, where program areas identify through their departmental presentations where there may be some pressures as it relates to the impacts of growth. I'll give an example as it relates to public works. Dan may touch upon the additional houses, the additional stops as it relates to waste collection being a factor towards, driving factor towards the increase in the operating budget. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it likely will be highlighted through some of the departmental presentations in the new year.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Zagirik. It is just a sort of, I think, to be fair, when we talk about something being fully DC funded and being an asset, in fact, it's a liability in that it will forever create operating costs for us going forward. And I think it helps us, at least it helps me, in understanding some of the costs of growth that aren't apparent when we talk about our residential assessment base. And so I'm still a little perplexed about how we provide for that publicly. The second question I have, not to get too micro, but I didn't know whether it was a typo. On table 10, Mike, of your report, FCS 20101, it says in 2014, there was a 0% capital levy increase. Is that for real, or is that a typo? Just going back, looking at our pattern.
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm going to assume I recall a year where it was where we deferred the increase. So I'm going to assume that is correct, that isn't a typo. I do recall years where the capital levy increase was 0.3 as well, because of some competing demands on financial resources. So I'm going to assume, and we'll advise differently, Councillor, if I'm wrong.
And Councillor, that is the end of your 5 minutes. Would you like me to put you back? Do you have more questions?
I'm not. I'll look at my notes and see whether they'd be better via an email, given what Mike said the objectives of today are, or whether there be questions here today. So thank you.
So you'll let me know if you want to go back on. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson for first time.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Just out of curiosity, I put the hand on a long time ago. Is it not working down there? And it turned red on my screen.
I'll have to let the clerk answer that one because I don't have access to
I know.
Madam Deputy Mayor, yes, it did light up, but you were showing as a second time speaker because you had spoken to the beginning part where that Gord had spoken to, and that's why the first time speakers were going through.
Okay, so that was the when I just made the question on that one slide. Okay, thank you for that.
Sorry.
So, Madam Chair, Mike, on slide 29, which shows that in 2021 we're going to be investing $30.3 million into housing. It might be a good idea to pass that around to the people in the encampments down in the forecourt of City Hall, because I don't think they know that. And interestingly enough, I just did the calculation, 18% of the police budget, so it's pretty darn close to the 20% that they were looking for originally. And so I think the public would be very interested in that slide too. It's a very telling story. And Mike, my second question to you is on the next date for the meeting. I'm pleased we're going to spend another day going at this because it was very difficult to get through the hundreds of pages that were loaded up there late Tuesday on the capital budget. It's very important to our community. But you mentioned a date during your presentation of around mid-December. My calendar shows it's next Thursday. Can we get confirmation as to what the next date is of the capital budget discussion?
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, on slide 43, our next check-in is December 3rd. And I believe we were targeting, I believe the council date would be December 16th. However, if we require additional GICs, we would have to work with clerks and Stephanie, and I'll assume those would be in the new year.
Okay, thanks for making that clear. I'm not sure December 3rd is enough time with the amount of information. And another thing, Mike, is I usually used to, and I don't know how my other council colleagues feel about this, and if they don't agree with me, that's fine. But the capital budget book, including the budget books, were very helpful in understanding this, particularly when it's hundreds of pages. And I refer to that capital budget throughout the year regularly, particularly around the 10-year plan. And when I get constituents calling, I can look it up and see exactly when their particular project they're inquiring about is either on the plan or what year it is in the 10-year plan. Would it be possible to get that reproduced for us by the next meeting?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and the councillor might not have been in attendance when I made this comment at the start of today's presentation. If the councillors want to reach out to finance, we'll work with Hamilton Reopen, just some guidance on how to provide those documents in hard copy form in a safe manner. So again, we're happy to accommodate, and we'll just look for a little guidance on how to do that in a safe manner.
Thanks, and I apologize. We had a critical family matter this morning that just took priority, and so I came in a little late and missed that. So thanks for that. And I just want to touch on the you brought it up again. I can't remember the slide number, that there was about a $10 million unexpected gain in financing costs, which is why you recommended going to a 0% for capital in 2021 and not the 0.5%, which was ultimately approved by council. And this is not a question for you, Mike. It's just a comment, and people can tell me, well, I'm not looking for anything specific today. But if you analyze that vote, 4 people voted yes on both the 0 and the 0.5, which is not unusual. That's fine. Except Councillor Clark voted yes for 0. And I know that he was an advocate for the 0.5. More importantly, 2 people voted no and no. No and 0 and no and 0.5. And one was the mayor, where I think that his comments during the discussion, he was open to 0 this year, but was always a big advocate for the 0.5. But he was recorded as voting 0 to both. In addition to that, Councillor Mula had the same thing. He was down at no for 0 and no for 0.5. And I spoke to Councillor Mula this morning, and he said, no, I voted yes for 0. And then Councillor Collins, who I believe was supported 0 also, but he couldn't get his vote counted because WebEx or eScribe had cut out on him. And so he couldn't get his vote recorded. And of course, the vote was 7-7. It failed on a tie vote. And so we may want to consider someday, and I'd appreciate if clerks could just verify what I just said. And I know they can't do it now, but at a future date, we want to may consider doing a revote on that because the difference is 3.3 versus 2.8% impact on the levy for the budget, which is quite significant. And when we're doing these electronic votes, I want to make darn sure they're being recorded properly. And it at least tells me when I analyze these votes that maybe it's not, and I stress the word maybe. So I just put that out for your for council's consideration. And I think that's all my questions for now. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. The next speaker is Councillor Pauls for the first time.
Thank you. Thank you, General Manager Mike Zagarek. I'm just wondering, I should have asked this before, but back, I don't know what slide it is, but it's concerning the boards and agency. We put out 2% cap. And I remember when we had voted 0 and then we decided to put a 2% cap that I remember asking the question if the Hamilton's Farmers Market was included in that. And I remember clearly you say no, it wasn't. What has changed now that it is included? Oh, that I misunderstood.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, no, you didn't misunderstand me, and I might have misspoken. And I'm going to ask Brian McMullen, who's more familiar with the composition of boards and agencies. But I believe the farmers market is part of the what we represent or reflect as boards and agencies. And I'll ask Brian if he can confirm that.
Brian?
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, that is correct. Yeah, farmers market is, but I think the actual wording in the motion and the amendment did not include the Hamilton Farmers Market when it was presented at the committee meeting on October 29th, and then on council on the following meeting, November 11th, maybe. And I don't know whether clerks wants to confirm that, because I think that's what has transpired since, is that we've sent out letters to the boards and agencies suggesting that they come in at the 2% guideline and explain any increases over the 2% guideline.
Thank you. Thank you. Clerk Paparella? I can't hear you, Clerk.
There you go. Keep forgetting to put that down near my mouth. My apologies. The letters have gone out to all the boards and agencies, including the Hamilton Farmers Market, even though they were omitted from the original motion. And they were also asked to come in at the 2%. And they have received it. Eric has confirmed, so everybody does have the correct information.
Thank you, Clerk.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, both Stephanie and Brian have corrected my error. So they have formally received through written correspondence through clerks the 2% guideline.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that because as the only member of council in that Hamilton's Farming, I reassured them a couple of weeks ago they're not involved, that they're not part of it. So I'm glad that a letter was sent out because you know, it was really hard meeting we had that they thought they were going to put a 3%. And I said, oh, well, you can because you're not included. But now I'm glad that it's been corrected. And I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Councillor Clark for a second time.
Did it work correctly this time?
Perfectly, sir.
Oh, I'm learning. Oh, thank goodness. Crazy systems. So back to my questions then, with regards to the sidewalk. So as I understand it, the sidewalk budget is $750,000, which is 0.16% of the total $482 million capital budget. When I look at the 750,000, we divide it by 15 wards, Mr. Zagarek, I get 50,000 a ward. And then we have discretionary funds of 180,000 per ward. So in total, that's what I was able to spend on sidewalks in my ward. Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Zagarek?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, correct as it relates to the minor maintenance project, the councillors referred to the 180,000 per ward. With respect to the sidewalks program, I'd have to turn to Dan. I'm not sure if it's apportioned equally across wards or if there are specific projects. So again, I haven't had the opportunity to review the specific sidewalk capital projects, but maybe Dan can provide that clarity.
Dan?
To you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm getting a little self-conscious here because I am going to have to get back to you, Councillor, on that. I don't think it's spread equally across all wards, but I can confirm that between Edwards, Shop, and Gord's. And again, this is capital, so this is projects or work that we would generally tender out. We also have our own staff that do sidewalk repairs as well. So what we'll try to do is see if we can try to show you all of that, just so you have a full picture on sidewalk repair in general versus sidewalks that only get repaired through the use of contractors.
Councillor?
Thank you. So mathematically speaking, if it was divided equally, the maximum that I would have in my ward would be $230,000 out of a $482 million budget to fix thousands of sidewalks that are in disrepair. And this year I was able to get 75 repaired. I'm just putting it out there so that the councillors, including those who didn't like the 0.5%, understand the impact. Now, some wards have way less sidewalks than others, and some might have sidewalks that are in better state of repair. But I'm advising you that in my ward, in Ward 9, we have a real problem. We have sidewalks that have lifted, sidewalks that have sunk, sidewalks that have cracked, all of them are trip hazards, and we're seeing an increase in claims against the city because of that. So let's just keep that in mind as we're talking about that 0.5% and any increase to the budget. At the end of the day, we have to start addressing some of these issues because more and more people are taking to walking than driving. And I think it's a huge issue in my ward. Anyways, I can't speak to others. So that's why I supported the 0.5%. And that's the end of my questions for today. I look forward to the information that's going to be sent my way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Johnson, the floor is yours. We're not hearing you. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not request to speak, but thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, your name was on the list, but I'll take it off. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson for a third time? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's not. It's my eyesight. Councillor Pearson for a first time. Sorry, Maria.
That's okay. Thank you for that. I didn't know whether my request to speak was working. So thank you for that, Madam Chair. And certainly thank you to the previous speaker on the sidewalk issue. I've been fortunate in putting a lot of my minor maintenance money into sidewalk repairs in Ward 10. So my question or request then to Dan, if I could, and I don't see him, but I know he's there, is that is it possible to have maybe an overview of how the budget sidewalk works for all of us at one of our sessions in the future? Because I know it's very confusing trying to express to a resident, I contribute money, then there's a pot that the city contributes, and there's different pots of pots that money comes out for sidewalks, especially as you mentioned, between contracted and city workers, etc. So if we could just have some clarification through maybe a little presentation, some information, I think it would be very helpful for not only us on council to understand better, but also the residents of this great city. So that would be direction, if I could, Madam Chair, through you to Dan, I'd really appreciate that.
Madam Deputy Mayor, just thinking about the timing on that one, would you like to see that, Councillor?
Well, it's not going to change how things are done as far as the budget. So, you know, I'll leave it to staff and how they can fit it in maybe in your public works presentations in January. Does that sound appropriate?
To you, Madam Deputy Mayor, absolutely.
Okay, thank you for that. Is that okay as direction, Madam Clerk? My apologies, I don't want to override.
Yes,
Stephanie?
that's fine. Yep.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson. Councillor Collins, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly.
Terrific. Through you to Mike. Mike, I as Councillor Ferguson noted earlier, I had some technical issues on the morning of the last GIC where we debated the 0.5%, and I was hoping to address the issues that Councillor Clark has raised in terms of additional road and sidewalk resources. You know, historically, that minor maintenance account started at 250,000 a year per ward. It was then reduced to 230,000 per ward, And then staff came forward with a recommendation that said, look, we're doing so much road and sidewalk work that we're going to need to take money out of everyone's minor maintenance account to pay for a new position to manage all these projects. And subsequently, that number was reduced, I think, to 180 or below 200. So slowly those monies have been scaled back. And I think, as you note from many of the comments, and this happens every budget year, road and sidewalk work is probably one of the most requested from neighborhoods and communities. And so I'm certainly in the camp of wanting to provide more resources. I think the question is how to get there. And like Councillor Ferguson's concern, I'm not supportive of adding another 0.5% on the levy, because it hurts our ability then to get a tax rate that's in line with where we want to get to, and that's a number that is as low as possible. So I wonder whether there are opportunities for us. You talked about savings related to capital financing. You talked about some positive numbers related to capital that might provide us opportunities to fund the additional road and sidewalk work that everyone is looking for. And I wonder whether those opportunities exist, rather than putting the 0.5 on the levy. Can we find an alternate funding source to get all the work done that everybody wants, but at the same time help us on the tax levy side of things? So through you, Madam Chair, to Mike, can you elaborate on that?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, one initial thought is I made reference in my presentation, while historically we've assumed $2 million from the previous year's capital financing surplus. Each year we have typically a capital financing surplus, and that's principally borne by lower borrowing costs than we assume, and the second principal factor being substantial completion being later than what we assume when we budget for the project, meaning we're not issuing the debt until, or we're issuing the debt later than what we've assumed. So there's some savings there. So I think our current 2020 forecast has a capital financing surplus in the ballpark, I believe, of around $9.6 million, or somewhere around there. We've assumed, I believe, for about half of that, 4.5, 4.6, is part of our financing strategy for 2021. One-time measure, Councillor, would be if committee has a desire to reduce the capital levy in an effort to reduce the overall tax increase in 2021, is increase that one time to address some of these priorities. And then recognizing that we would have to revisit our 2022 financing strategy to see whether or not we can sustain that level of investment on a go-forward basis. So one immediate option may be to rely more heavily on the capital surplus in 2020 to offset or mitigate all or a portion of the 0.5%.
Thanks, Mike. And my rough math, just here, it looks like we could almost double per ward. We could probably double the minor maintenance monies that we're currently getting that sit around the 200. If you invested that 0.5% into each ward equally, we'd almost get an extra 2 or just over 200,000 each. So I wonder whether, in light of the fact that we have a meeting coming up, whether you could provide some options and alternatives for council's consideration that accomplishes everyone's goal in terms of lowering the levy contribution, but at the same time investing more in road and sidewalks. So I think there's probably a plan there that accomplishes both, and I don't want to do it on the fly today. And as Councillor Ferguson noted, there may have been some confusion, and then of course there were a couple of people who, for various reasons, couldn't attend at the time that decision was made. So is that something that could come back with an a la carte kind of option or options for committee's consideration?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we could report back on December 3rd with respect to some options. The one that I've just described being one. The other option is we recognize that we wanted to inject some additional infrastructure investments in this year using the federal gas tax reserve. I think we're not fully allocating the federal gas tax reserve, so that may be part of a portion of the solution as well. So we can come back with some limited options, limited in that they typically rely on surpluses or reserves. But I'm happy to work with our with SLT and Public Works colleagues to look at some options before next week's GIC.
That'd be great. Madam Chair, I don't know if you need a motion for that or just direction to staff. I'm in your hands in that regard.
I'm sorry about that. For some reason, my computer decided to mute me. Anyway, the clerk has given me some clarifications and says that the direction is fine, Councillor Collins. So we'll leave it at direction for now. And your 5 minutes is up. So do you have further questions? Do I need to put you back on the list?
No, I'm good at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further speakers. If Councillor Ferguson would mind taking the chair. Oh, sorry, Councillor Jackson? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. I've been trying to advise you and the clerk for whatever reason today, like Councillor Clark, my microphone symbol isn't showing up. So I'm doing the timeout symbol there for you to observe. Thank you.
Thank you.
So first of all, General Manager Zegeric, thank you as always for a very thorough presentation and update. I don't think anyone's thanked you yet for this, but I'll be the first to thank you that the operating budget for 2021 is going in the right direction. It's sitting at 3.3% today through the great work of the senior leadership team. So General Manager, thank you for that. We're at least going in the right direction, but we're not stopping there. Secondly, General Manager, you've got wonderful staff, but you don't have to worry about printing off the 600 pages of the capital budget because my even better wonderful staff, Lori Leduc and Nancy Burden, have printed it off for me. But thanks for the offer, General Manager Zegeric. Madam Deputy Mayor, further, I don't know how my colleagues feel, but the one additional meeting and trying to wrap this up by mid-December, and I'm not here to procrastinate, but in light of this very unprecedented year, my staff and I, who are normally sponges for work, there's a mental, physical, political exhaustion in terms of dealing with the pandemic and all the work on top of our normal work. I'm only saying all that we've got a lot to digest, a lot to absorb, and this might be a rare year for me where I might request capital budget deliberations may have to go into the early part of January after the holidays. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm glad the General Manager Zegeric has offered his open-mindedness to that as well. Now, some couple of quick specific questions, General Manager Zegeric. Mike, on the housing, on your tax supported capital slide, Mike, slide page 28, it showed there the 30.3 million. However, Mike, on your Appendix A, some of your attachments, I looked up Appendix A, Figure 1, housing is showing at 43.7 million. Can you reconcile the two numbers for me, please, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if the councillor has a second question while I pull up Appendix A.
Okay.
And look at the...
Yes, I do have a second question then, General Manager Zegeric, since you can very easily multitask and hear a number of questions at the same time. You're most talented, thank you. On slide 25, I've noticed that transit and housing are moving up the list of the 12 items listed under the 482.2 million gross capital investment for 2021. That's not a judgmental question or a trap question, but is my observation correct that I saw in previous years roads and bridges and sidewalks, if I recall, were right at the top. They're now second up the ladder. Transit's moved to the top. Housing seems to be moving up. These are all, if you will, constructive, positive observations. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Mike?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would say first the observation's correct. Some of the contributing factors specific to transit is the original public transit infrastructure program that was was expanded under ISIPs. So again, I believe our original under the Public Transit Infrastructure Program was gross somewhere in the area of $75 million. And now with ISIP, I believe the gross investment is somewhere in that $190 million figure, the maintenance storage facility making up the majority of it. So in parts, because of investments from senior levels of government, but that requires a 27% contribution from local government. So again, that has been one of the driving factors to the increase in the transit portfolio program. And with respect to housing, there's a number of factors. The poverty reduction strategy, the $50 million that was approved in 2017 by council, I believe this year represents the last year, the $4 million contribution from Future Fund, but there's future contributions from the Electra merger dividend, the $3 million. Those are some of the factors, Councillor, that's contributed to the increased contributions in those two portfolios.
Terrific, Mike. Thank you. Were you able to reconcile the two numbers on housing, Mike, or do you want to get back to me on that?
So through the chair, I'm going to suggest getting back to the councillor because I'm not as good of a multitasker as the councillor suggested I am. So
okay, you're very modest. Thank you, General Manager. And General Manager, staying with slide 25 here under the 482.2 million gross capital, what would fall into the category of other for 21.2 million, please?
So through the chair, it would be a series of small investments, and we can provide that to all of committee as to what those smaller investments, just for the purposes of a visual.
Terrific.
And if I could go back to the councillor's first question, because I now have my budget book open, was the councillor's question with respect to the difference between 43.7 million and 30.3 million?
See, I had more faith in you, General Manager, than you did yourself. That's exactly the question. Thank you.
So I'll just draw the councillors because I also have been challenged at times because of the font of the budget of the documents. Just drawing your attention, councillor, the 43 represents the total capital investment, gross investment in healthy and safe communities. So you need to look at a line above that line for the subtotal for housing. So of the about $44 million, housing represents 30 million of the approximately 44 million. I've made the same error. It's a bit of a challenge given the font and the information that we're trying to provide through the budget documents.
Thank you very much. Thank you, General Manager Zagarek, and thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. That was my last question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Danko, for first time.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just going back to the discussion about the 0.5% capital increase in the budget, can I just ask a question through you to Clerk's Department, just to clarify with me exactly procedurally where we were with that? Because my recollection was that that was a motion that was moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Wilson, which would have been ratified by Council already 2 days ago. So as we're moving forward with, continuing to fine tune the budget, just to clarify between clerks and our finance staff, specifically what direction's already been given and has already been ratified.
So,
thank you, Clerk.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the resolution would have gone through Council last Wednesday. It would have been approved. So if you wanted to change it, now you would have to go back and do a reconsideration to change it at Council, and it can be done. I would just need to know that. As far as the votes, I will go back and take a look. We haven't had issues with the votes to date, and we do keep an eye on them, so I'm not quite sure what happened. If somebody hit the wrong button. I know that Councillor Collins was having difficulty that day, so he may have been missed. But at Council, you have the opportunity to vote on it. So it was still passed. I'm not sure how it passed at Council. I would have to go back and check those minutes. But you could certainly do a reconsideration if you wanted to, or we could do a possible amendment, but I'd like to take a look at it before I confirm.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just like you just said. I mean, even if there was some confusion at GIC, it was already ratified at council, and I believe that vote was unanimous, if I'm remembering correctly. But anyway, just something to clarify as we move forward with the budget process. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Pearson for a second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mike, thank you. And this isn't on the presentation as much today, but Mike, I just want to ask, you mentioned something the other day about the property tax reassessments and that they're frozen. So I'm just reading an In Touch article received from MPAC. So the property tax reassessment it's a government decision to postpone it, but they haven't given a future date. That's what it's saying in here. But you mentioned to 2025. Could you just elaborate, and how does that affect us going forward then? Because there are some reassessments that are being done, where properties have been sold or there's been changes, et cetera. So that will be occurring. So could you just enlighten us on that? I just want to be sure how that's being reflected.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I appreciate the question because, again, I'm making some assumptions with respect to what might transpire in 2022, why I suggested 2025. Okay. So because of the pandemic, the province paused on the upcoming reassessment, 4-year reassessment. So we were expecting a revised reassessment for the period 21 through 2024. And what we've been told is that, again, they paused. So we will not have those reassessment shifts that we've had to navigate through as part of the budget process. You'll know that there are shifts within wards, within classes. Over the last 4-year period, 2017 to 2020, we had additional 0.5% residential impact because residential property values were increasing at a higher pace than the commercial and industrial. So that represented an additional impact on the residential. So we will not have to deal with that as part of the 2021 budget process. My understanding is that valuations will be based on the January 2016 valuations, which again, not to suggest that people should go back to their 2016 reassessed values for property tax purposes, because that was phased in over 4 years. So there was, I believe, an overall increase of about 24% back in 2016. So they took, I believe, the January 1st valuations. And so that's what we will use for the purposes of the 21 budget. Again, I don't have any additional information. I would hope that this suspension or pause will not extend for more than a year, because it could have some significant impacts in terms of shifts going forward, given some of the what we're observing on the residential housing front in the city of Hamilton. So if there were to be another 4-year phase in starting in 2022, that would be the years 22 through 25. So again, I can't confirm that. I'm not privy to any additional information than the councillors received. So as it relates to reassessment, we know that the other changes that will be material that we will bring forward as part of the tax operating is a reduction in the business education tax rate. So that information was likely also contained in that communication. So the business education tax rate is going to a province-wide uniform rate of 0.88. So that will alleviate some of the education portion of property taxes for businesses in the city of Hamilton and across the province.
Right. Thank you for that. So just to clarify, so we're going to be using the valuations from 2016, which reflected what it would be over the next 4 years, correct?
Right.
Okay.
And to make it a little simpler, it'll really be the valuations that we used for the 2020 budget. So if you recall, the 2020 budget, that 380,300 was the 4th year of the 4-year phase-in. So so I know it's a bit complicated, but hopefully we'll communicate it clearly through the operating budget deliberations.
Well, and that's why I thank you for that, Mike, and apologize for popping in here. But I just want to be sure that I'm picking it up as we're going through the process, because I have last year's final tallies here with the assessments. So we're basically going with the same assessment figures from our 2020 budget. Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you. And I have no more speakers on the list, but I would like to speak. So Councillor Pauls is waving. Okay, Councillor Pauls, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to wonder if, Mike, you could reiterate. I think I heard you say we are the only municipality that our property tax go towards housing. Can you reiterate that? I wanted to make sure I'm clear.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Ontario, if I misspoke, I apologize. Ontario is the only jurisdiction in North America where property taxes fund a portion of the cost of housing. And so this has been a long-standing issue for some period of time. The province and municipalities have come together for discussions around what's referred to commonly as who does what, which level of government should bear the cost of programs, social programs such as social housing. There was a uploading of a number of social programs, Ontario Drug Benefit, Ontario Disability Support Program, some of the Ontario Works benefits over a number of years from previous provincial governments. The one long-standing issue continues to be housing and the fact that municipalities in Ontario still contribute towards social housing costs.
Thank you for that. I have one last question. I don't know. I had a small business say that the province is doing property tax rebate of up to 25 for commercial and small business. Do you know anything about that?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I've glanced at it quickly simply because my interpretation is this pertains only to those businesses in the gray area, the modified lockdown area. So again, we'll continue to monitor and look at that, but I believe it applies to those municipalities that are in a modified lockdown.
I looked at it because a business asked me for it, so I looked at it myself, and it said in the red zone. Have you heard that? We're in the red
Councillor Pauls, that's not part of what we're discussing here today. So could you take that offline with Mike, please?
Okay, that'd be great. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anyone else waving. Councillor Nan, for first time.
Thank you, Councillor Vanderbeek. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I know that you've expressed that you wanted to speak. I just wanted to make sure that I was on the speakers list. So it's not my intention to go before you if you want to go ahead.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I usually just wait until the speakers are finished. So
Thank
go
you.
right ahead.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Mike Zegarac, if you could please clarify. So given some of the suggestions that my colleagues are making around the table as a way of maintaining our capital investment in 2021, given the deficit that we do have as a municipality on our capital investments and our capital infrastructure that goes beyond roads and sidewalks, clearly. So from what I'm hearing, then I just wanted confirmation that the direction that you've heard so far today is not seeking to reduce our investment on capital infrastructure that is beyond roads and sidewalks, but it is direction to explore one-time non-levy funds to ensure that that capital infrastructure is invested in and that those works maintain on the docket as per our master plans.
Mike?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the short answer is yes. My interpretation is similar to Councillor Nan's. If you go back to the presentation, I highlighted that of the 482 million, there's approximately 4.5 million attributed to the 0.5%. So we would look at some potential alternative funding sources for that $4.5 million. And to Councillor Nan's question, it would be an effort where we would avoid crowding out other program areas. So it would be incremental funding, likely from reserves.
And that it would be the entire pot of capital infrastructure works and not just roads and sidewalks, correct? Through you.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, what we showed in the presentation was what we heard on November 11th was the interest around state of good repair. So what we had done for the purposes of today's presentation, recognizing that the documents were prepared in advance of that November 11th, we did reflect it in recommendation B of the staff report, but we built in the $4.5 million. What we did was, Councillor Nam, we, given that the theme seemed to be around state of good repair, we looked at our assets in the portfolio and apportioned it according to the value of those assets. So transportation, what we've earmarked is $3 million towards transportation, and so that would be transit, roads, sidewalk, bridges, traffic, and an additional $1.5 million for facilities in general, recognizing you have a report on today's agenda around roof maintenance. So we've just simply earmarked it for consideration in those two portfolios, looking for further direction.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarity. I'll follow up offline.
Thank you, Councillor Noun. Councillor Pearson, did you ask to speak for a second time? No? Okay, thank you. We just did not want to miss you if that had been the case. Okay, I do not have any further speakers evident. So if Councillor Ferguson, if you wouldn't mind taking the chair as the past deputy mayor, I'd appreciate it. I just have a question for Mike. You're muted, sir.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. I pushed the right button, I thought, but I guess I didn't. So can you hear me now?
Thank you. We can hear you perfectly now.
Perfect.
Thank
So it's
you.
all yours.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Mike. A few weeks ago, and it may have been the November 11th meeting that you just mentioned, we had a discussion of sorts about the $180,000 sidewalk repair, and road repair money. And on a chart that was presented to us, it showed the money that a significant amount of money that comes out of that for staff work on these projects. And you or someone was going to get back to us, as I recall, with an explanation of that amount of money. And as it was broken down in wards, it was the 180,000 and then this reduction for each of the 15 wards. And I do not recall that we have heard back from you on that. So I'm wondering whether that can come back to us when we're discussing things, perhaps on December 3rd, or when you might be able to bring it back at the appropriate time, sir.
Yeah. So through the chair, we can work with Public Works as it relates to the question and responding to the question. A portion of what the councilor's referring to is the program delivery costs that are recovered through a portion of the minor maintenance funding. So again, we'll work with our colleagues in Public Works and provide that information directly to committee members or through the update on December 3rd.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That was the end of my questions. Thank you,
Okay,
Councillor Ferguson.
take a chair back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So seeing no further speakers, we need an electronic vote to receive the presentation. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson, that we receive the presentation. And the electronic vote will be up in a minute. Not quite yet, but it's coming.
I need to give you the thumbs up.
There's the vote. Be up now. And I see that the mayor is doing a thumbs up.
And just to the clerk, my sister goes up that I'm off registered. I get the vote doesn't come up. It says I'm not registered. So I support it.
But we do know you're here.
Thank you,
for
Councillor
that.
Ferguson. You should be able to vote now.
It still hasn't come up yet. I'll try
I will-
F5.
That's okay. I'll just mark you as in favor, correct?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that carries unanimously. Thank you. May I please have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by the mayor, seconded by Councillor Farr to put the report on the floor. Is there any discussion about the report, or has the discussion all taken place? Councillor Jackson, I do see you. Take the floor, please. Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
Oh, there we are.
Thanks.
I can hear you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, for that very speedy recognition. Thank you. My self-esteem is increasing. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that.
So, Madam Deputy Mayor, the report itself is full of all the recommendations. So, am I assuming we're tabling or deferring that till at least December 3rd and possibly beyond through you?
Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is certainly at the call of the committee. If you wish to defer it, as somebody puts the motion on the floor to defer it to the December 3rd one, and then we can move for that point. So I see Councillor Partridge, I believe, is moving that.
I think it was Councillor Clark and Councillor Partridge seconding.
Oh, sorry.
So hold it. I'm the guy who suggested this prudent course of action, and
Yes.
Clark and Partridge just jump in. Okay,
well, I'm the chair.
I'm a team player.
So how about we go
fine.
back this way?
I'm fine,
How
Madam
about,
Deputy Mayor.
how about we let you move it, and Councillor Clark can second it, and Councillor Partridge, I'm very sorry, but you're third in line.
I will third it. Thank you. No problem.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. That was some lighthearted humor. Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so this is a deferral. Anyone to the direction? I don't see anyone, so it'll be a vote to defer. I'm sorry, I missed whether it was going to be the next meeting or is it the December 3rd meeting, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that's at the call. That's up to committee right now. I would recommend putting it to the December 3rd meeting. Then we can see how far we get then. If you need an additional date after that, I can certainly look at one. If you're looking at a whole day in January, just to let committee know, the soonest day I can get is an entire day in January is January 29th. If you're looking for a partial date, I can do it after one of the boards and agencies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I accept all that plan and process. So defer right now to December 3rd, and we'll go beyond that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark. This is to direction. You need to mute yourself, sir. I'm sorry, unmute yourself.
Everyone wants to mute me. Now it's my self-esteem, Councillor Jackson. During the meeting, there were directions provided to staff. I guess I'm asking the clerk, will those directions be attached so that at the next meeting when we come back, we will know exactly what the responses were to each of those directions?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, no, as they were not motions. At the time I was asked, I advised that we could do direction, but directions are considered note or comment. If you do want them to become motions and go in the minutes, then I would need you to move the motions today. If you think staff or if Mike is comfortable that those will all come back, I'll leave that up to committee.
So I guess I'm looking to Mr. Zagaric and Mr. McKinnon, because I think they were the two that had the majority of the directions provided. Did they capture them all?
Mr. Zagaric?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I recall a few, but you do have wonderful staff. And so I know they've been listening in, and what I can suggest is we can share with clerks what we thought we heard as further direction. And if we've omitted, we can maybe working with Stephanie or with the councillors, we can even send it out to the councillors in terms of the directions that we've tracked or heard from today's deliberations.
Thank you. That'll be fine. I appreciate that.
I think then through Madam Deputy Mayor, to avoid any confusion at future meetings, we will definitely go with motions rather than direction because our office, if it's not a motion, I don't write it down. So the only way for me to confirm is to go back and watch through the tape. So I'd rather do it at the time then. So just for future, we'll do motions only.
And Madam Chair, my apologies to the clerk. I wasn't aware that they weren't writing down the directions and that it was staff that was doing it. So that clarification is helpful for the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Pearson, you had a question about the direction?
That's okay, Madam Chairman. I mean, I know the clerk's department are inundated handling everything that's coming at them. And I'm just wondering, I know I put forward a request and it was through Dan McKinnon with regards to an issue, and I'd be happy to move it as a motion if that simplifies it for Stephanie, or if she's okay, or I can send an email afterwards. But you know, going forward in the future, I have no problem putting it forward as a motion. And this was direction to bring back a presentation in January with regards to sidewalk budgets and how it all melds together as far as the contractors and the pot that the full pot that is provided and where it all goes. And I think Dan has that, but whatever may be easier. I'm not sure. I don't need know that. I know Dan is aware of it, but I'm just asking for the clerk because I want to really help simplify their involvement in going back on all of this.
Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I see Dan has popped on. If Dan is clear and completely understands, otherwise we'll definitely take a motion.
Dan?
Yeah, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yeah, the questions that have come up during committee, my gang is listening, and I've been sending them notes all the way along here, so I'm fairly confident we'll have everything to come back.
That's okay, Dan. You know that we'll remind you if you don't. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stephanie and Dan.
Okay, so just to be clear, the vote at this point will simply be to defer to December 3rd. And staff are taking direction and will come back to the appropriate counselor if they need to clarify a question if necessary. Okay, I don't see any additional speakers about the direction of the deferral. So could we please have an electronic vote?
I see you, Mr. Mayor. Thumbs up. Thank you. Councillor Nairn, are you able to? Oh, there you go. As soon as I asked, there you go. Lorraine, are they not showing? Sorry. It's okay.
Oh, it flashed up there and then it was gone. So I assume that it carried. Did it carry?
0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, no, wait, that's not this vote. It's spinning on my end. It did carry, I believe. Yes, 14-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now it is noon, and so we're moving now into discussion items. So I would suggest that we take a half-an-hour recess and get some sustenance, and then come back at 12:30. So could I have a mover and seconder for that? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Partridge. And we need an electronic vote on that since it's a recess.
Vote's on its way, folks. Mr. Mayor, I see your thumb. Thank you. Councillor Danko is the only one, I believe. There you go. Thank you very much, everybody. Carries 14-0.
Thank you. We'll see you back here at 12:30. Thank you. Welcome back from recess to the General Issues Committee tax budget meeting for Friday, November 27th, 2020. And we are on discussion items, which is item 7. And we'll be looking at item 7.1, which is the ward by ward conditional assessment of roads, report PW 20075. May I please have a mover and seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Danko? The floor is yours. I'm not
Thank you,
hearing you.
Madam.
There we go.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a couple questions through you to Director McGuire, and really want to thank him and both General Manager McKinnon for taking me through this report yesterday and helping me to understand a few of the technical details. If I could start, so a lot of this report refers to the overall condition index, which is kind of the main indicator that was measured for our road system. I wonder if Gord could just take us through what that is specifically, how it's calculated, and how it's used within the department.
Gord?
Thank you very much, and through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the councillor. The definition or the derivation of the overall condition index is a result of us contracting out to the industry a scan of our road network. The road network scan process is generally works with a large van. The van has a series of sensors on it. It has accelerometers at the front that measure the ride index and whether it's moving up and down. In this particular instance, it has a significant laser array. It also scans the road. It's looking for surface defects. So when we're done, it gets a position, it calculates all of that information and it places it against the road segment. So we have a ride index as well as a variety of called defect measures against that road segment. Those get calculated together and create an overall condition index rating.
Thank you, Director McGuire. And if in the report, I'm reading that in 2016, we did a really comprehensive state of the infrastructure review, which recommended, in order to achieve an average overall condition index of 62 for the city's roads, they recommended a $52 million annual investment. That was in 2016 dollars. In the last 10 years, we've averaged around 55 million. So if I'm understanding that correctly, we're more or less maintaining our benchmarks to maintain that condition index indefinitely.
Gord?
Through the chair, Councillor, yes, the 2016 State of the Infrastructure Report, which was specific to roads, indicated that in order for us to maintain the current level of service as measured technically at around a 62, that was the investment profile that they recommended. I will note that the winters of 2017 and 2018 caused some significant havoc to the road network. We did inject additional amounts of capital to recover some of the assets. So I would hesitate to say we can continue to do this indefinitely, considering some of the climate issues that may be in front of us. But given the variables we have in front of us right now, this investment rate will fundamentally achieve this performance from this asset.
Thank you. And just to be clear on that overall condition index, is not the same for each road class. So we have expressway, arterial, secondary collectors, and local. We're not attempting, when we operationalize this, we're not attempting to achieve the same level of service for each of those classes. They're different depending on the road use.
That's correct. We have different intervention levels for different road classifications. So we would, the expressways are obviously higher, and then it migrates down as we go through that process.
Councillor?
Thank you. And then when I'm looking at the map there, which is really excellent, we've shared it with our residents to give them an idea of the condition of the roads in their neighborhoods. And I think it's been just really useful to drill down to see kind of the state of the infrastructure overall in terms of the roads, but it also doesn't necessarily give a clear picture of the state of deterioration when you're talking about, for example, lane kilometers or lane kilometers driven when you take into account the AADTs on certain roads. So how is that information that's collected, how does that inform our capital investments in terms of the use of the roads, the AADTs, and the needs that we're seeing there versus the conditions that we're recording?
Gord?
Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, if I'm interpreting this correctly, you're asking how we set those thresholds for different road classifications. So we have a decision matrix in our asset programming tools that determine what road classification the segment is, and then whether or not it hits a certain level, when we should intervene. So higher levels, obviously at the expressway level, and then again, those migrate down, and there is a decision framework around that that's built in the back of our systems.
Councillor, that is your 5 minutes. Would you like me to put you back on the list?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
I'll do that. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson for first time.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Gord, I found your mapping system really interesting. And although all that red line scared me a bit because when I knew we were in tough shape, I didn't know all those red lines meant reconstruction phase. It had gone beyond repair. It's probably about 30% of the roads in Ancaster. But I miss having Richard Angola around. Not that you're not doing a great job, but he used to always come and see us, and particularly around the resurfacing program. And I don't see in my first brush through on the capital project for Ward 12 any resurfacing. Generally, and that's the way it typically has been. You have a resurfacing number citywide. But I've been concerned about the whole Ancaster Heights for a number of years and reporting that to staff. And I see it's all either red or orange, which is major rehabilitation or reconstruction. When can I find out if in the resurfacing program that Ancaster Heights, which includes Montgomery and Massey and Hague and Alexander off of Wilson Street, when can I find out if that's included in the 2021 resurfacing program?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, I will circle back with staff and we'll connect with you on that neighborhood and its programming.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Director McGuire, I want to thank the staff that I've met with from your department, Manager Erica Waite and Acting Senior Project Manager Alan Jazvac. I appreciated the hour that we spent together going over this ward conditional map of the road ratings and assessment. Gord, I want to just get back to a question I asked during your overall presentation before lunch with General Manager Zegeric, and you gave me an answer on the asset renewal program. I took it as a partial answer. If I could just drill down a little more, Madam Deputy Mayor. So the roads that are needing reconstruction, I know that you and your staff are planning for them in the 5 and 10-year capital budget plan. I know anything that falls into the major rehabilitation, you've also got your eyes and have those roads on your radar as well as a priority, understanding that dollars are limited. From the 2007, forgive me for hearkening back, Madam Deputy Mayor, forgive me for this long preamble to my question. Back to 2007, which you confirmed that the first asset renewal program for roads of minor maintenance to extend their life, provincial dollars, municipal dollars, and I remember after 2007, along the way, former senior project manager Richard Andoga told me during a budget year a few years back, money had all run out. And you and your staff now, if ward councillors wish to accelerate and expedite a minor rehabilitation, an asset renewal of a particular road, especially a localized residential road, you're looking to us for our area rated money because there is no money left in the asset renewal program, correct? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, please.
Gord?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and perhaps I may ask Mike for a bit of assistance on this. We're programming the assets, and there is a local roads strategy, and that was done in 2008 under a report from PW that goes forward with a discussion around ensuring that we get to neighborhood roads. That dollar value at that point in time was around $8 million. I'm looking at the replacement, urban rehab, local rehab, rural, and the other operations and maintenance activities that we've got in the budget in gross. And I believe that those funds are captured in that overall block. And then,
Councillor?
Director, forgive me. I'm not gonna belabor this point, but I don't know if I got the clearest answer on that. 13 years ago, we had a block of money in asset renewal for neighborhood localized roads. Fast forward over the years, I remember Mr. Andoga telling me at one budget year, maybe about 5, 6, 7 years ago, Councillor, money's run out of that program. If you can provide money through your ward budget, great. Otherwise, that's run out. Has that been melded together now in this block, Gord, that you're talking about? Or is that specific program no longer in existence? Or is it entirely dependent upon area rated dollars? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, please. Forgive me, Gord. I just need to have this clarified in my mind.
Gord?
through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, what I understand and what I'm going to have to get back to you on is the funding that we had allocated for the neighborhoods still exists in the block, but I don't think it's the exact same process that originally came through. And you are correct that there is some contributions from area rating, as well as the funding that exists in the overall roads block to address those issues.
Okay, now that raises my comfort level and better understanding, Madam Deputy Mayor, and Director McGuire and I can chat offline after today. I just want to say how important I find this particular document and this map of the East Mountain showing me the overall conditions of roads. It helps me with my decision making down the road. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And Gord, if I could ask, could you please share that information with, I'd like you to share it with me. I'm assuming that perhaps some of my other colleagues might want that information as well. So if there's not necessarily about Ward 6, but but more specifically about, in a general way, about that neighborhood program, because I think it's of interest to all of us. And there are those of us who do not have area rating money to be able to subsidize that sort of work in our wards. So thank you, Gord. The next person on the list is I have somebody on this list and I don't know who it is because I can't read. Councillor Jackson again. Oh, right. Okay, I'm sorry. Who asked to speak next? Councillor Clark. Sorry, Councillor Clark.
How easy you forget me, eh?
I'm sorry.
I have a question with regards to page 3 of 5. So this is the overall conditional index values by functional class and is weighted by segments. Trying to understand what is, when you say the expressway network, are you just averaging the 70 and the 90 together to get the 80, or is there something else that is included in the network?
Through the chair, to you, Councillor Clark. No, that would be fundamentally the Red Hill and the link. The two conditions together would arrive at the 80.
Okay, and when I'm looking down below, we've got the urban and the rural. You've included the expressway, which was just improved dramatically in my books. Why did we include the expressway in the average for the overall condition index for municipal roads? Because it dramatically lowers the index.
Through the chair, Councillor, are you asking if we should exclude the Link and the Red Hill from our calculation for the overall condition index?
Well, if we're looking at the urban and the rural roads and trying to understand what their overall condition index is across the city, but then we include a regional parkway, which was just renovated, then we've actually lowered the overall conditional index for the city.
Gord?
Through the chair, Councillor, so it's a function of us owning all of those road classes. So we're reporting on the rural roads all the way up to the expressways. There are subcategories on that page 3 of 5, indicating the overall condition index of the urbans and the rurals and the expressways. Those are all blended together in a kind of a lane kilometer perspective and added up as the municipal overall condition index.
Councillor?
Okay. And how would you define an overall condition index of 66 or 63?
Gord?
Like, what does that mean?
Through the chair, Councillor, what that means is the distribution of the roads as they sit in the spectrum of, low from 0 to 35, 45 to 50, et cetera. Those are sort of those intervention bands. This just gives you one overall look at the entire network. And I think the OCI, it's important to look at this as it's a big network scan. It's 6,500 lane kilometers, 15,000 road segments that we're trying to roll up into one number. Really, the scan is kind of an X-ray of our system, and when we get into the project level, that's more of an MRI. So it's a high broad level number to try and give you some indication of where the road network sits.
Madam Chair, may I just offer some more color for Councillor Clark's question? I think the point that Councillor Clark raised about the Red Hill and the link being resurfaced is an important point, because the assessment that the consultant does for us is a snapshot in time, given on the condition that really just represents the condition of the road in that moment. And so when you undertake big projects like that, it will skew your results a little bit because you have a brand new road. And in the case of the Red Hill, that's a lot of lane kilometers that has brand new asphalt on it. So that would actually, I think, drive our OCI up a little bit as opposed to driving it down. In as well, just for those listening at home as well, that 2 years ago, Council approved an additional $20 million worth of funding to go into the roads across Hamilton. And you may remember that at that time, Main Street West in front of McMaster had a very bad winter, as well as Burlington Street and I think a couple others. So over the last couple of years, we did see a pretty dramatic infusion of cash into the capital program, which was good news. But by virtue of the fact that we have then gone out to do our assessment, you're probably seeing the results of that additional investment inflating the OCI just a little bit. And the way I would characterize Gord's answer to your question about, what does maybe that mean to the layperson? Essentially, what we have is what you get if you want to stick with a 61 to 64 or 65 OCI. You're going to have roads that are on the just about to fail, and you're going to have other roads that look really good. But generally speaking, the driving experience across Hamilton is really representative of an OCI of 61 or 63 or 65 in around that range.
Councillor, you are at the end of your 5 minutes. Would you like me to put you on the second speaker list?
Yes, please.
We'll do that. Thank you. Councillor Danko for a second. I'm sorry, I'm blowing it here today. Councillor Collins for a first time.
Thanks, Madam Chairman, and through you to Gord. Gord, I really appreciate the link to the road condition ratings. I, as others have mentioned, very valuable information to have when we're determining where to make investments in the future. I have a question about, you know, they are color coded there, and there are roads that, you know, I've worked with staff in the community to have repaved over the last decade that obviously would have been green when we repaved them. And now they've, you know, they've fallen into either the yellow or the orange section in a very short period of time. So on average, when we're undertaking the remedial and restoration efforts on whatever street is in question, are they anticipated or expected to last longer than a decade in that green category, or on average, how long will they stay green after the repaving and start to gravitate into some of those other color schemes that you have listed here online?
Gord?
So through the chair and to you, Councillor, that's an excellent question, and maybe you give me a minute to go through the conversation around how these assets get classified. When we started, and we've got data back to around 2002, at that point in time, we used what were considered industry curves to just age out the asset. What we're doing now we're at 2019, and we've got about 17 years of data, so we have a much better look, a longer longitudinal and temporal look at how the asset's performing. What we're seeing and what we're determining with our consultants is that the assets are performing in a way where they're dropping off of kind of a higher level reasonably quickly, and they're staying in a performance band in the 70s, 60s range for a long period of time. So what we're going to be doing over the next little while is trying to fully understand what that means and redefine those particular curves. So I agree with you. Some of the assets appear to have dropped off and into a band that doesn't appear to be rational, but we're going to be working through that over the next year or so while we have a bit better look at this data.
Okay, thanks for that. In regards to equity, like some others have referenced, if not for my area rating funds, I really haven't received any block funding investments other than minor maintenance, which is a small amount, as was referenced in a previous conversation. It's around the $200,000 range, which really doesn't allow you to do a full street, the average street. So in addition to the minor maintenance and my area rating, I really haven't received much in terms of investment from the department, and I can't imagine what my ward would look like without the area rating investments that I've made. And I've been one in particular who's plowed almost all of my resources into road and sidewalks from area rating. So from an equity perspective, I know in 2018 when we made that substantial investment, and it's classified here as winter damages, well received. I was able to, I think, repave the entire St. Andrews neighborhood that year, and it sorely needed the work. So I'm wondering, it's too late this year to plan something like that, but those infusions, those one-time infusions, much like we just talked about, that 0.5% to capital, which will be up for discussion again at a future budget meeting. Is there an opportunity for us to look at, in preparation of the 2022 budget, another one of those years where we look at the winter damages? I think we even, in order to get that work done very quickly, we even deviated from our purchasing policy in terms of putting them out for tender. We actually went to, I think, a quote system. It was still competitive, but we expedited the work, and I think it was in large part because of, the Main Street issue was, was something that just couldn't be put off any longer. And all of us have those types of situations, as these reports indicate. So are we in a position where we can start looking at 2022 for a similar type of investment where it'd be an equitable distribution between the wards, and we can start to get at some of these neighborhoods that aren't even on the 10-year capital budget list right now, only because it's just it's a financing and funding matter for the corporation?
Gord?
Through the chair, Councillor, I believe you're asking if there's an opportunity to inject additional capital into the program, and I would have to defer to Mike Zagaric on that. We would work with finance to determine what funds are available, and then from there, how that's programmed.
Councillor Collins, would you like to go on the second speakers list, or do you have something quick just to sum up?
Well, I think Gord's deferred to Mike there, so I'll listen to Mike's answer. And,
Yes,
and if I
yes,
do
of course.
if I do have additional questions, I'll definitely advise through the chat, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mike.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, in 2019, we leveraged some additional debt financing, which had a capital impact, operating impact of 0.2%. So as while we're in the midst of our budget deliberations, recognizing not only Main Street, but Burlington Street and some of the health and safety issues that were tied to some of the seasonal impacts on those roadways, as well as some local roads, we did leverage about $19 million in debt financing. That's something we can look at for future years through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And what we would have to consider is that balance between contribution and debt and how much debt exposure we want. And so if it's a periodic infusion to the capital program, that's a takeaway that we could look at as part of the development of our 22 capital budget process.
Thank you.
Thanks. Do you need direction on that, or can we come back with something this budget session so we're not doing this at the 11th hour next year?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, happy to work with the councillor on maybe on a motion asking staff to look at alternative financing and investment scenarios as part of the 22 budget process.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, shall I put you on the second time or not? No, you're done. Okay, thank you. So I do have second time speakers, Councillor Danko and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just going to pick up on our discussion this morning on asset management. So we talked about maintaining our current infrastructure versus going to a more level of service-based forward-thinking asset management strategy. And in particular, in the road network, there's quite a bit that's changed since 2016 when we set these targets and when we set these financing goals. And thinking in particular our move towards complete streets and Vision Zero updates in neighborhoods, so that when we're doing asset management at the neighborhood level, we're not just replacing like for like, we're changing the street geometry in order to make them safer, which changes the expense profiles. And then also looking at options for right-sizing our infrastructure as well. In particular, I think in the north end and some of the older industrial areas of the city, we have infrastructure that is drastically oversized for the current use, and in other areas there's infrastructure that's undersized. So for example, a lot of our bridges aren't wide enough to accommodate cycling lanes, so then cycling infrastructure doesn't get added. So how are we changing our investment strategy based on going to that asset management model and thinking about how we're structurally, physically changing the geometry of what we're building today versus what we had planned to build even just a few years ago?
Gord?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, to the council, that's an excellent question, and it will probably take a little while for me to wind through the response. If we go back to Councillor Collins' review of the winter program, what happened there was an injection of capital, and he noted that there was a acceleration through the procurement cycle in order to get at the asphalts that had run to failure fundamentally. So that was a reasonably compressed cycle. To your point about how do we accommodate all of the stakeholders, from truck route master plans to transit accessibility to the AODA, cycling, pedestrian, urban forestry, climate change and low impact, and rain gardens. That then takes you through a design cycle that can last longer and doesn't get you through those sort of quicker projects. So yes, we are looking at that holistically, and that's part of the discussion with council as we move forward with the asset management plan and strategy around priorities. So as the priorities are defined and the budgets and the programs are put together, then those are the cycles we would go through in order to ensure that we're meeting those needs. So that was a lengthy answer, and hopefully I touched on the points that you were looking for.
No, you did, and I think the takeaway for me is that it's as we're moving forward that all these factors are being incorporated, but it takes time. Construction is by nature not quick. It doesn't happen overnight. My last question, Madam Deputy Mayor, is just about the infrastructure deficit and our investment strategy in asset management, and in particular when I look at the road condition ratings, all those roads that are in the 0 to 40 category, the reconstruction phase, my understanding is once we get to the point where a road needs to be completely reconstructed, that means we're taking out all the asphalt, we're digging back down to the subgrade, recompacting, rebuilding the entire road base versus the major and minor rehab phases. So through you to Director McGuire, the impetus for us as the city to invest in our infrastructure before it gets to that reconstruction phase from a financial perspective.
Yeah, through the chair, that's correct, Councillor Danko. One of the things that we also need to consider, or is one of the major factors for us, is coordinated works. When we talk about the roads, we're also talking about major servicing corridors for not just municipal assets, including the water, wastewater, and storm, but all of the energy and telecommunication. Sometimes we need to get into a reconditioning or an upgrade of an underground asset, which means that at that point in time, the road is fundamentally being reconstructed, and that can influence the decision process. So yes, if the other variables aren't at play, it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to allow things to run to failure for the reasons that you just brought forward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And just to highlight that point, so when we're talking about the overall condition index of 62, we're not really getting ahead of keeping things in the rehabilitation phase before they get to the failure phase. So what I'm getting at is prioritizing preventative maintenance to save us money today versus having to reconstruct assets down the road, which ends up costing much, much more.
Gord?
Through the chair, that's correct. That's the philosophy.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I had, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And I have another first-time speaker, Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through the Deputy Mayor, to Director McGuire. So there has been an observation, or many, that have been shared with me in Ward 3 related to what appears as being a misalignment of what you just outlined in your response to the previous speaker, in terms of us seeking to align the works as it relates to underground water facilities, for example, or infrastructure, underground telecommunications, and the such. And ensuring that we're finding cost efficiencies by aligning those works. But there are occasions, and it appears to be many occasions, in the roadworks that I've been riding my bike around in order to just check up on neighborhood complaints that we've been receiving. And it appears as though works that had just been completed last year, if not earlier this year, have been undone in order to facilitate some of the telecommunications work, specifically in the stadium precinct area, which citywide funding went into in order to create a beautiful state and environment in that section of Ward 3, which many residents find a lot of pride and beauty in. And so the works now are tearing up roadways or tearing up sidewalks and easements and filling them in with asphalt, whereas previously they had more decorative finishings and or higher quality finishings. So the patchwork looks quite shifty. And residents have been rightly asking the question about how much do we continue to invest in order to deal with those kinds of issues versus preventative strategies.
Gord?
Through the chair, if you're referring to, and I'm not 100% sure the street name, but the
Cannon
abutting the stadium, then there was some service cuts, and then there's some sidewalk bays that were not restored. That's correct.
That's one example. That's one example. Yes.
I believe that was a facilities project, and we're working with Rome right now to complete that.
through the chair, it extends beyond the facility. So it extends beyond the stadium itself, the facility in terms of Bernie Morelli Rec Center, the high school. It extends all the way over to Gage and past Gage towards Ottawa, and then further west over towards Sherman, for example. So I'll take it offline. It is parochial, and I'll follow up with staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Second time speaker, Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. So when I'm looking at the map for Ward 9 for the road condition ratings, which is a very colorful map, the vast majority of the roads in my area are color-coded yellow and orange, speckle of red, and some green, which is excellent. So I guess my question to staff is, given that my ward doesn't have area rating funds, and I only have discretionary funds of 180,000, and I have so many roads and sidewalks that are in a bad state of repair, where would I go to find the funding to do this?
Gord?
Through the chair and to the councillor, and again, I may ask for a little assistance with Mike from this. And so we're programming these infrastructure renewals, rehabs, and coordinated works through sort of a longer range project management undertaking. Generally taking into condition the asset condition and what the uses are. So it's not a great answer. I can't tell you how I would find more money or reprioritize, but that's maybe a discussion that Mike Zagira can have.
Mike, can you help?
Yeah. So to Mr. Zagira, wards 1 through 8 have this area rating fund, which I don't begrudge them. It was democratically approved and is there for their use, and they're using it well. Ward 9 has significant issues in terms of state of repair for roads and sidewalks. I'm struggling trying to find the ways and means to get the funding to get these roads to a higher state of repair. So where do I go? How would I do that?
Mike?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the simple answer is it would require some additional funding or financing. So we've discussed already today the 0.5 capital levy increase that Council directed staff to reflect. So we've earmarked $3 million of that 0.5 as an option as it relates to transportation initiatives, which could include roads. Gord is working with, or Public Works, I should say, is working with a block for roads, sidewalks, street lights, bridges, and traffic of about $63 million for 2021, which represents an increase of about $3.5 million. The challenge I'm sure that Gord and his Public Works colleagues are working with is that there are some higher priorities like bridges that from time to time crowds out the level of funding for roads. So again, the short answer is in order to increase the level of investment, it would require either some additional capital levy increase, similar to what we did in 2019. I'm not suggesting this is a sustainable practice, is looking at the level of debt for roads and from time to time looking at an infusion of debt financed investments for roads. The former municipality of Hamilton, there's a special capital levy that results in the area rating or capital reinvestment funds. Again, an option for the outlying municipalities is to consider a similar levy increase. The challenge for the outlying municipalities is that they don't necessarily have the same density, and so consequently the same level of investment isn't generated with the same tax increase, and principally it's because of density. The fewer homes that you have, the less revenue you'll generate, for instance, from a 0.2% tax increase. But again, the short answer is, in order to invest, and actually, I shouldn't minimize. Again, we present the capital project list for committee's consideration if there are projects that we show as funded or recommended in 2021 that committee and council feel are a lesser priority, is there's an opportunity as well to reprioritize projects as well.
I appreciate that answer, Madam Chair. And just to sum up, my area, when I'm looking at the urban conditional index, it shows 62%. And University of Waterloo, that's a C minus. And if our roads are at C minus, then we got a lot of work to do. And we have to find the ways and means to do it while minimizing as much as possible the increases to taxes to the residents. I know it isn't easy, but perhaps it's time that we start reprioritizing, as Mr. Zagaric suggested that we could do if we so wanted to do. Those are all my comments. Thank you for the staff. This is an excellent report. The mapping was fantastic. It's really going to be great to share this with my residents so they can actually see where the roads are being fixed and where the roads need fixing. This is excellent work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Ferguson, could I ask you to take the chair just for a moment, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. I am not going to repeat everything that Councillor Clark said, but basically, I feel that he's very correct, and like Ward 9, Ward 10, 11, 12, and 13, and 15 do not have the. I didn't forget you. I was choking, Councillor Partridge. Do not have the area rating, and I am not complaining about that either. It's just a fact. And it is problematic when we look at, like, I have quite a bit of red in my ward on this map. And I can't say that I don't appreciate the work that is done, because there's been work done in my ward, and I'm very grateful for it. But there are some streets that I have been asking about for at least 5 years, maybe 6 or 7, and they need major reconstruction. And the budget isn't there for them to be done. And I think one of them is not even planned to be looked at until 2023. And so I am, and maybe further out, it might be 2025. And so I guess what I'm saying is, I think that we need to be able to show our residents that we see this red and orange in our wards, and that staff are aware of it, and that there is a plan. There's a plan of action. And so if that means reprioritizing some things, then maybe that is what needs to be done. And I'm jumping along here, but I really think that roads and sidewalks and sewers and bridges and all kinds of things have high priority. But within that, there must be priorities, and it must be across the city. And there must be a way where we don't have to, where every ward can be assured that it's possible to have a priority list of when things can be done, and to be able to assure people that their street that maybe hasn't been touched in 70 years, I think this one is 60 that I'm talking about, is a priority in the list and will be looked after. So that's all. I just really wanted to make that comment as opposed to a question, because I don't think that there's a quick answer for it today. But I do think that staff should be looking at how they can assure councillors about their ability to meet the needs in their ward when it comes to roads and sidewalks. So unless, Gord, you have something that you want to add to that, I was just going to make a comment, but if you have something you want to add, I'm happy to hear it.
Gord, do you have anything further?
No, I do not. I believe this question was answered by Mike in the previous review, but thank you.
Okay, I'll give the chair back to you then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Ferguson. Okay, that is the end of my question list, my speaker list. So we have a mover and a seconder to the report. So if there are no further speakers, we'll just put the vote up. It's an electronic vote, and you can indicate your preference.
Councillor Partridge, were you able to vote? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Oh, there you go. You did. Thank you so much. And Councillor Collins, thumbs up. Thank you so much.
And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 7.2. Members of committee, the Hamilton Police Services Board is requesting we consider items 1 to 4 as outlined in the Hamilton Police Service projected capital expenditures for 2021 to 2030. We would need to address these items one at a time. Item 7.2 is the Hamilton Police Services Board capital expenditures, as I said, 2020 to 2030. And there are several reports here. So, Councillor Collins, floor is yours.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And first off, I just want to state that for transparency disclosure, I have checked with the Integrity Commissioner and I am permitted to speak to the police capital budget at council. So just to state that off the top. I did want to get from staff as my sister is a police officer with Hamilton Police Service, I did want to check through you to staff as to the contents of this list and how they compare to the budget request that will be coming from HPS regarding the same. So I just want to make sure that everyone's on the same page. Can I understand through you to staff as to how this compares to the capital budget that we just dealt with at HPS, which may differ from this a little bit. I haven't had a chance to look at the two side by side.
Mr. Zagaric?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, let me speak to the process. I haven't had the opportunity yet to compare the what's before you under agenda item 7.2 versus what was presented earlier this week through the budget documents. As it relates to process, city staff do not amend the submissions from boards and agencies until such time as the board of that agency puts forward to council amendments or as in this case, the recommended projects for consideration for the period 2021 to 2026. So I would ask that committee consider providing direction to city staff to amend the preliminary 2021 tax supported capital budget to reflect what has been submitted by Hamilton Police Services Board through this submission, and then we will provide updates through our subsequent capital budget GICs.
Thanks, Mike and Madam Chair. I'd be prepared to do that. And I think it'd be just wise to be consistent with what we did today with the city's capital budget for operational departments. I'd be prepared to move to table this one as well so that we're dealing with all the capital at the same time, if there's a seconder for that.
Okay, and Councillor Jackson is seconding it. So this is to table or defer? To defer.
Defer, it's the same thing now.
Yeah, defer to align with the city's process for operating departments.
So will we be deferring this to December 3rd, or are we deferring this to a future meeting?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I would need a date.
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if I could, sorry to inject myself into the deliberations.
Mr. Zagaric, go ahead.
But if I could ask that committee that there be a motion put forward directing staff to reflect the from Hamilton Police Services through our subsequent capital budget reporting through GIC. And I think that would be the only direction through a motion we would require.
So, Mr. Zagaric, you cut out at the beginning. So direct staff to refer it, defer it, prefer it, to
reflect.
So, yes. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, a motion directing staff to reflect the discussion item 7.2 submissions through subsequent 2021 capital budget deliberations.
I'm good with that. Thank you. At the appropriate time, I know you got a speakers.
Okay, I'll come back to you. So it was Councillor Collins and Councillor Jackson for the amendment. Okay, and on the report, I do have some speakers. I just have to go back a page because I flipped the page. Councillor Ferguson. So are we no longer deferring?
It's coming up later after you hear the speakers, isn't it? The list of speakers, then you'll
The
get
first
the
time
deferral
speakers.
motion.
I have 3 first time speakers.
Okay, is anyone here from Hamilton Police Services to answer specific questions about the capital requests?
No, I'm afraid they're not, sir.
So through the chair, I don't believe so, but again, we can invite Hamilton Police Services representatives to our December 3rd GIC.
Because I just have 2 questions. Everything looks fine. The roofs have to get done. I think we all understand that. That just let me go back and find it. The radios, personal issued radios, the $3.6 million. I was always in the understanding that fire led the communication systems across the city for fire, police, and public works. And last year we had to have an upgrade done too soon, but it was an extra $15 million that was approved to have Motorola do all the upgrades. And that got approved, but now police are back for a further 3.4 million. I realize I probably can't get an answer today unless someone knows the answer. So why are police coming back with a separate request of $3.5 million? And it's not captured in the $15 million upgrade that we approved through fire for the whole Motorola system. Right? And if nobody can answer that, it could be, we could let the police know and have them come to the next meeting prepared to answer that question.
Yeah, so
Councillor Ferguson. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. The mayor was asking to speak, and I'm assuming it's because he had an answer to that of some kind. Mayor?
Yeah, so it was a system upgrade, but it didn't include an equipment upgrade for Hamilton Police Services. That was a separate item, and that's what this item speaks to. So it's radio equipment in the vehicles that is being upgraded in keeping with the system upgrade that Motorola did to improve the entire system in terms of the back of house, I guess, system improvement.
So I guess we're up to 18 million now. And it sounds like we're sole sourcing this from Motorola. Anyhow, it makes me uncomfortable, and I may pick up again on that at the next meeting. I'll let it pass now, and appreciate the feedback on that, Mr. Mayor. The second one I have is ice rescue equipment. 3 years ago, council supported a recommendation from fire and police that the ice rescue be switched over to the fire department for a number of reasons. One being that there's only 3 police stations, and the ice rescue equipment was only at Central. And to respond to a place like Valens or Christie's or Farm Ponds throughout the rural parts of our community, fire has stations all over the place and can respond quicker. Secondly, they have other rescue equipment on their vehicles like ladders and ropes, and flotation boats too when they're in those areas, and that they would cooperate with Hamilton Police Services to use in the harbor their high-speed vessels that they have as the Marine unit. And so I'm just curious why this is back again for ice rescue equipment when it was transferred over to Hamilton Fire. So maybe they could be prepped to answer that question when they come back on the 3rd also. Unless the mayor knows the answer to that question.
No, he's shaking his head.
We did have quite a discussion 3 years ago about moving it over to fire, and it was ultimately it came to a joint agreement on how to do that and move forward. So that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Mr. Mayor, floor is yours.
No, I was just answering the question, so I'm
that was it.
Any other question?
Okay, thank you. And that is Councillor Clark, you had a question or two? Floor is yours, sir.
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
I can hear you perfectly.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Not sure if I can ask the question, so I'm going to ask the question and y'all can tell me if I'm out of order. So we're dealing with the Capitol Police Services budget. We don't have the operating budget. The surplus that they would have experienced for the last year would be in their operating budget. Will any of that surplus be spent to lower the costs on the capital over here to the municipality?
Mike, can you answer that? Can you help
Through the
with
chair, our last variance report that for the period August 30th that just went to council this week, we weren't reflecting a surplus from him to police services. If there were to be a year-end surplus, one option is for council, recognizing it's in the authority of council during the disposition of, if there were to be a 2020 year-end surplus, to apply those funds in part towards Hamilton Police Services investments, either capital or one-time operating, given that it's a surplus, so it should be used for a one-time purpose. So I think what the councillor is identifying is a few issues. While we will reflect these updates as part of the capital deliberations, council really has the authority over the global Hamilton Police Services budget, so we'll have to visit the timing of the capital approval relative to the operating approval. And again, subject to the timing on the disposition of 2020 year end, that could be an option.
Councillor?
Do we have any idea on your schedule, Mr. Zagaric, or the clerk's schedule, as to when the Police Service Board would present their operational budget?
Mr. Zagaric?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I know Stephanie lives the budget schedule, and it was part of my presentation for boards and agencies, but Stephanie may know, I believe there's 2 half days.
January 21st.
There we go. I knew she would.
Okay, so if the Police Service Board members could enlighten us as to whether or not there is going to be a surplus variance for the Police Service Board. We're not going to have the budget in time for us to consider that with the capital, but I would like to understand what their surplus would be, or if it's not a surplus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That is my speakers list. Councillor Nan.
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor, and I don't want this email to be discussed on anywhere on this live stream, but if all members of council could quickly take a look at their email from Christine DiGiantimaso, I can't pronounce poor Christine's last name. Don't speak about it here, but if you are the party who called, could you please go to the councillor's reception? Thank you. Sorry, Councillor, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Then what did I want to ask now? Sorry. Oh, right. Now I remember. So also through you, Chair, in relation to surpluses, just wanted to get clarity in terms of the police services budget. Do we know as a city whether or not there's any capital surpluses remaining from 2020? Because I know that there was a large facility that was financed with multiple infusions of investments from the city towards it. And I know that there was other works that was approved last year. I don't know the status of those works and the completion of those projects and whether or not all of the funds were allocated. Just being mindful of the fact that municipally we've had a capital surplus this year, wondering if that might be the same for the Police Services Board as well.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I don't know. I think the councillor identifies the principal factor. I don't know the status of the project. Typically at substantial completion, that's when we close out the project, and if there's available funding, those funds are appropriated, so we can check to see what the status of that project is. And as the councillor has identified, it's typically at substantial completion when the project gets closed out that we look at whether or not there's any available funding, or in some cases if there's a deficit.
Thank you. And then through the chair, so if we are coming back as a committee looking at our capital budget December 3rd, and this motion is the motion for deferral is to move this capital consideration to December 3rd through you. So Mike, are we going to have that clarity about capital surpluses before December 3rd?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we can check to see as it relates to that project or Hamilton Police Services project. I'm just quickly glancing at Appendix F, which is the list of capital projects that are being closed out with surpluses, and I don't see the forensic facility on the list, but we'll check with corporate facilities the status. I believe they're helping to manage that project, the status of that project, and if we have an update, we can bring that update as part of our December 3rd update.
Thank you. And then I did have some questions regarding the reserves. So if the city has allocated reserve funding and there are surpluses, it's my understanding from you earlier that those funds then have to return back to our reserves?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the council's referring to our capital closing policy. And our capital closing policy, there's really three components to it. Is if a capital project is closed out with a surplus, if it was funded from levy, that goes to the balance goes to our unallocated capital reserve to be used for other infrastructure investment purposes. If it is funded from a dedicated reserve, we prorate the surplus and that portion goes back to the original funding source, being that reserve. And finally, if it was debt financed, we apply those savings to reduce our reliance on debt in the future.
Thank you. And then final question through you to General Manager Zagaric. Is it policy that any surpluses that remain from board expenses come back to the municipality? Is it a policy that the surpluses come back to the city?
Yeah. So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it's not a policy. Our practice has been, as it relates to boards and agencies, if there is a year-end surplus, that surplus, and this is at the discretion of council, that surplus go back to the agency, and recognizing that many of our agencies have developed parallel policies as the City of Hamilton. So they might have tax stabilization reserves, they might have capital reserves, and so we would expect any surpluses be applied as per their board's directed policies. So again, it is a practice, and that applies to all boards and agencies, including Hamilton Police Services, Hamilton Public Library, and conservation authorities.
Thank you. I appreciate the answers.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Second time speaker, Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And when I was on the board, police board last, I think back in 2014, 2015, I actually raised this issue in terms of what the policy is as it relates to year-end variances. And if memory serves me right, we amended the policy at council because we didn't have one at the time. And I believe the amendment and the policy change was that the year-end variances be put into a capital reserve. And that was done so as to avoid police competing with other operating departments on a less regular basis. So certainly there are instances where police capital budget needs to come to council because there's insufficient resources in the reserve. I think the 911 upgrade this year is a prime example as to, there's just isn't capacity in a reserve that has maybe $1 million or $1 million+ in it. There's no capacity to fund that project. But specifically for smaller items, I believe that we have a policy that those year-end variances go into a capital reserve. So I think it'd be beneficial to everyone to have that policy in front of us. And I just want to clarify in terms of, I don't know if I've seen this situation before where we start counting almost, using money that we don't have yet. The year-end variances are traditionally done and formalized in the spring of the following calendar year. So Mike, do you have a timeline in terms of when officially, corporately, our year-end variance would be in front front of council, and then subsequently, when I don't know if the police are formally part of that process. I assume that they are. Do you have a timeline in terms of when this will occur?
Mike?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, in a normal year, and I caveat this answer that in a normal year, because this isn't necessarily a normal year, and I don't necessarily know how all the provincial federal funding and reconciling and the year-end reporting might impact our year-end. In a normal year, we would have our unaudited year-end variance prepared sometime in February, March, and you may recall I try to bring that information before council ratifies the budget process, so you have a sense as to what we experienced in the previous year. I would say we have made some assumptions as it relates to 2020, and that was what we discussed previously earlier this morning on the capital financing. I'm confident in those figures because capital financing really reflects what we will need to borrow, and given that we're approaching the 12th month of the year, I'm fairly confident we're going to realize the approximately $9.5 million in capital financing surplus for 2020. So that's the only area that we make an assumption that impacts the 2021 budget.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Okay, that was my last speaker on the list. If there are no more speakers, then we're back. I just want to clarify with the clerk. Are we back to the amendment?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Yes, I just want a clarification. So we are going to do two separate motions actually, because the one that Mike had requested can be done as a separate motion, but we still need to do something with the actual item that's there. So just for clarification, are we deferring the Hamilton Police Services Board report to the December 3rd meeting as well? I see Councillor Collins nodding yes. So we could do that first. Just to defer item 7 point, sorry, I've lost myself here.
7.2.
Yeah, to the December 3rd GIC. And then I can pull up the vote for Councillor Collins. I sent you that email as well if you want to take a look at the motion, see if you're okay with it. And then I'll pop it back up there while we're doing the other vote.
So I have a mover and a seconder for that. It was Councillor Collins and Councillor Jackson to
No,
defer.
we're going to do the oh, was Collins and Jackson to defer as well?
To defer, yep.
Okay, so Collins. Oops.
And I do not have a mover and seconder for, so we'll do the deferral first.
Yes, we're going to do the deferral. Yeah.
Okay.
And the deferral motion's up. And then I had the second motion that will be for you is from Councillor. And I wasn't sure if Councillor Jackson had seconded that as well. Oh, he's saying yes.
And yes, okay.
So Councillors Ferguson and Vanderbeek, I need your vote on the deferral.
Coming. There you go.
And Councillor Jackson as well. Were you able to vote on the deferral? Oh, it just popped up. There you go.
Okay, and that carries 13 to 1. One was an abstain.
That was Councillor Pauls, correct. And just give me one quick second, and I'm going to put Councillor Collins' motion into the next vote as soon as I stop spinning. So bear with me here for a second.
And can you read it, please, Stephanie? Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'll read it while I'm, oh, hang on 1 second. I can paste it in there. And then I'll put it up and I will also read it out. Just bear with me one quick second. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to send that vote out. The motion is also included in it, but I'll read it out. It's alternative financing and investment scenarios for 2022 that staff expected to review financing options, including a higher reliance on debt to positively affect the forecast level of investments in roads and sidewalks and report back as part of the 2022 budget process.
Steph, I know that was from, excuse me, Madam Chairman, I know that was from a previous discussion on the last item. So can we move that at the end of the meeting under notices of motion? And that was from, this has been written by Mr. Zagaric, just to be clear.
It can go as a motion and the vote is actually on the floor
Okay, I'm fine
because
if your
it's
procedure
related
okay with
to the budget
It wasn't related.
process.
It's not related to the police, though.
Correct.
Madam
Okay.
Clerk.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, I'll
Yeah.
cancel it and move it to the end. My apologies.
Thank you.
So the only thing we needed to do related to the police, item number 7.2, was to refer it or defer it to the December 3rd meeting.
Correct, and that's been done. Yeah,
Okay, so we can move on. Is that right?
correct.
Thank you. So the next item is item 7.3, capital life cycle renewal for facilities roof replacements, report PW 18065B. May I please have a mover and seconder to put that report on the floor? I'm sorry, Councillor Ferguson, were you moving it? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by the mayor. And questions of staff? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, just one real quick question is that when we got the results of the first round of the infrastructure program from the federal provincial government, a big item that was approved was roof replacement. So is a good chunk of this being funded from that funding source?
Mr. Zagarek, can you answer that?
So through the chair, there is a portion of the corporate facilities block, and we might have to come back December 3rd if Rome D'Angelo is available to expand on it. There is a portion of the corporate facilities block that's dedicated to roof replacement. I also expect when we come before committee with the resilience fund, I believe it's $10.7 million in the coming, I think it's next week or next few weeks. I expect staff will be recommending a portion of that funding going towards roof maintenance replacement. So again, I would rely on Rome D'Angelo as to what portion of the block is committed towards the roof maintenance. There is some context in the report for you, but Rome is in a better position to identify what level of funding that is.
So through the chair, I can expand on that. So the report that's in front of you right now is really the distribution and the reprioritizing funds as it relates to our current block funding. The ISEP portion is outside of what's being presented today. So there is a portion that has been accepted by the federal government. We're just waiting for an official announcement.
Okay, thanks for that, Roman. I understand this is just an information report. I shouldn't say just, but it's an information report. So the items that are, the projects are listed here, they exclude the ones that are already funded by the infrastructure program. Is that what I heard you say?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, that's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just a couple questions for Director D'Angelo. And again, really thank him for helping me understand some of our facilities asset management challenges that are coming up. On this report, similar to my questions on the roads report, doing the roofs is the equivalent of preventative maintenance. So by shifting funding to the roofs, we're attempting to stop having to spend really expensive maintenance or even rehabilitation or replacement costs down the road. So this is, spending money now to prevent having to spend a lot more money later on.
Through the chair, that is correct. If I can direct you to the second paragraph, last sentence on my report there, being proactive with health of a roof system will ultimately reduce the building financial liability, and that's exactly it. Attending to the roof will prevent further damages. Keeping a facility watertight will prevent further damages and increased costs of eventually replacing a roof under an emergency situation.
And a follow-up question to that is focusing on roofs as a necessity, as clearly they are, is that taking funding from other areas that we would otherwise be able to address, the routine maintenance, air conditioning systems, that kind of thing?
Through the counselor, it does. We have redistributed some of the funds, and in the report, it does talk about some of the areas that will be affected or compromised, I guess you could say. But we would handle those situations through our preventative maintenance program or through our operations and maintenance teams, to ensure that those systems are operational. So we do look at our life cycle renewal of all our building components, as well as looking closely at our preventative maintenance programs to see which items we can defer. But to your point, it is redirecting funds from other programs to the RUS as a priority.
Thank you, Director. And last question, and again, is just carrying on with that theme of asset management that we've been talking about today. Rome, could you remind me your portfolio in terms of the assets that we have under your supervision?
Rome?
Through the chair. So, Councillor, the portfolio that I oversee is corporate facilities and recreation facilities. There's approximately over 500 facilities within that portfolio, well over 6 million square feet of space that we manage. In a previous report that we brought in 2018, it highlights all our facilities, and we've similar to what Gord did with his roads program. We've given each facility a rating. We call it the FCI, or Facility Condition Index. And at a snapshot in that report, it really showed the accumulation of deferred capital of about $216 million at that point in time. But to your question, the number of facilities that we're managing in this portfolio is well over 500.
Thank you. So over 500 facilities, 6 million square feet with, I think it was just over $200 million in deferred capital. So as we're looking at our asset management plans, are we specifically looking at these facilities to see what can be consolidated, what could be eliminated, how services could maybe be delivered different ways, or now everything's online versus in person? How can we? Is there some of that capital backlog that we could take off the books or reallocate through our asset management plans?
Through the chair, that's a great question. I think based on Gord's presentation this morning on Regulation 588, that's going to force the strategies and decisions in terms of what's core and non-core. Over the years, we have been working through various strategies, and some date back from the Transition Board and the New City of Hamilton. Currently, we're working through the Portfolio Management Committee, chaired by Ray Kessler and Delphina Duarte, who's my Facility Planning and Business Solution Manager. And we're focused on a couple of fronts. One is non-public facing facilities, which is our public works yards, and we're looking at opportunities for underutilized facilities, opportunities for consolidation of facilities. And a most recent report that discussed about 125 Barton Street and finding some opportunities to consolidate at other yards. Those are some of the initiatives we're looking at. And then further to that, one of our main initiatives in our work plan in 2021 is to start looking at all our facilities as it relates to core and non-core, and then developing some sort of a selection criteria, and bringing information back to council as it relates to what's non-core and what opportunities are available to us.
Thank you, Councillor. That's the end of your 5 minutes. Are you needing to go on a second time or not?
No, that's all I had. Although I saw Director General Manager McKinnon might have something to add.
Dan?
Yeah, Madam Deputy Mayor, thanks. And just a bit more background. I think these questions are really illustrating the complexity around asset management and really highlighting the importance of the future program that we will have to develop for the City of Hamilton. One of the things that, one of the really valuable tools that Council doesn't have in front of them right now is a framework so that you can rank and prioritize the facilities portfolio against the roads portfolio, against the water and wastewater portfolio. And so that framework and those principles that have to be developed and are yet to be developed will be the very things that will help Council decide where the priority should be. Should we get rid of facilities? Should we build new facilities? Should we put more investments into your example earlier to widening bridges as opposed to just replacing asphalt? That higher level framework is really the essence of the asset management work that has to happen going forward. And I think it'll be really valuable to help inform this type of a conversation.
Thank you, General Manager McKinnon. Now, just remind me, Councillor Danko, did you need to go on for a second time or are you finished? Finished, thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Clark.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Excellent, thank you. Just two real quick questions, Madam Deputy Mayor. On page, 205 of the report, second paragraph, it talks about a growing backlog of over 216 million translating to significant end-of-life infrastructure, and in particular roofs failing or at risk of failing. How do you define those terms, failing or at risk of failing? I'm assuming that it is in relationship to the ability of the building to retard water from going into the roof, and that it is not a structural failure that you're talking about.
Ron?
Through the chair, that is correct. So we do annual inspections of our roofs and we look at the membrane, and you can tell when there's ponding on roofs if the membrane's saturated with water, which allows us to start to investigate a little bit deeper and doing some of the destructive testing to rate some of these roofs at the point of failure or about to fail. Some of it is theoretical. Some of it is where we know the life cycle of a roof. Maybe 25 years, and we're in let's say in the 24th year, we would go and inspect it to see what condition, to see if we could possibly defer that for a number of years, and continue that inspection before it does fail. So there's a number of measures and number of inspections that we do, and then part of it is our operations and maintenance and our preventative maintenance, and as we visual inspections of our roofs, and then we make a determination there of which ones are priorities.
Councilor?
Thank you. And my second question, Madam Deputy Mayor, is kind of an offshoot to the response. So if we're looking at buildings that are at their end of life cycle, and we know that the roof is potentially going to fail and is going to leak, do we take into consideration whether or not the building itself is approaching a prohibitive to repair mark? Because we wouldn't want to putting a roof on a building that in short order we're taking out of circulation. My question makes sense?
Yes, it does. Through the chair, that's a great question. So in that situation, that's where our FCIs come in. So FCI, or Facility Condition Index, the way it's calculated, calculated on a percentage. And you look at the overall maintenance divided by the replacement cost of that facility. And then it puts it into a range of good state of repair to fair to poor to critical. And at those stages, at poor and critical, we start to look and analyze a little bit further to determine if it's worthwhile making that investment. And if it's not, those are decisions that are brought back to staff, and then we develop council reports to bring to in front of committee, Public Works Committee, up to council to determine, based on staff's recommendations, if we're going to tear down that building, divest ourselves of that building, and so forth. But there is calculations, and that we go through a Facility Condition Index to determine some of those decisions.
Thank you. That sounds like an excellent process. It really will help us make decisions on a go-forward basis. So I really appreciate this report. Thank you very much for your assistance.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. The next councillor is Councillor Jackson. The floor is yours, sir.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Mayor. And similar to Director McGuire, Director D'Angelo, we're very fortunate and very lucky to have both of you and your exemplary teams looking after the portfolios you are, that most of our taxpayers would see and are very visible in the community in terms of our infrastructure, our assets, our arenas, rec centers, libraries, etc. municipal facilities, etc. Couple of questions, one for General Manager Zagaric and then one for Director D'Angelo. General Manager Zagaric, as we are always scraping by, never having enough funds for our infrastructure asset renewals, as we've heard most of today's budget session. Recently, through MPP Skelly's office, we heard of 7.4 million approved coming to our city specifically for infrastructure. When there are other federal and provincial dollars coming specifically for infrastructure, can you impart that knowledge upon us so that, at least for this member of council, I could see that within the municipal capital budget, I have X amount of dollars to deal with in light of the infrastructure deficit. However, Councillor Jackson, in light of what's come in now from the MPs and MPPs offices going into the 2021 capital budget, you could do X amount even more, but here's the exact dollars that you can play with. Madam Deputy Mayor, through the General Manager, please, for a comment on that.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we did try to highlight the fact that the capital budget does not include the 7.4 million for the resilience infrastructure stream, as well as the 10.8 million for the rapid housing initiative. So those, the rapid housing initiative, the 10.8 million has already been dealt with by council. The 7.4 million for resilience infrastructure stream is going to General Issues Committee on December the 9th. So a recommendation report. They're outside of the budget process, Council, but for that purpose on slide 17, there were a few slides we tried to highlight the fact that the approximately $18 million in additional funding in those two programs should be considered over and above the $482 million in gross capital funding.
Thanks, General Manager. Just explain to me that adjective resiliency, please, what that means.
So again, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the $7.4 million is tied to a program called the Resilience, I believe Resilience Fund. I'll just look at my notes, Resilience Infrastructure Stream. And there are some parameters to that program. So the report that's coming forward on December 9th will speak to some recommended, staff recommended projects that fit within those parameters. And again, this would be an additional $7.4 million in funding over and above the projects that have been presented to committee today through the capital budget process.
And General Manager, my next question, a little cheeky but sincere. Are there any other federal provincial infrastructure dollars that you are hiding in your finance department that you want to spring upon us over the next few months? Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we're trying to be very transparent. So for that reason, we did reference these programs in the presentation today.
Okay.
So that, but you know, seriously, why we wanted to highlight it is I'm always concerned with staff's ability to deliver on these programs. They're often with aggressive timelines. Also, committee, council, the community should be aware as the total overall investment that's going to be made in our community. So again, we wanted to be transparent. I wanted to highlight the $18 million. While it's outside of the budget process, it's important that the community know that there's an excess of 10 million for housing and 7.4 million for other infrastructure priorities.
And you've always done that, General Manager. Thank you. I guess it was more of a dream and a hope as we're moving through a difficult budget process. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, quickly to Director D'Angelo. Rome, really appreciate your strategic asset renewal management plan here for roof replacements. Can I ask, Rome, are some of them going to also include, as you did at Huntington Park 18 months ago, you did a $1.5 million roof and an HVAC system replacement or modernization as well? Is that our HVAC systems part and parcel of what you'll do with these various facilities, or are those separate type projects, or you can kind of merge them together if you see deficiencies? And that's my last question, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Rome? We're not hearing you, Rome.
Sorry about that. Through the chair, we did set some funds aside for some HVAC system rooftop units, but primarily our focus on the roof program is strictly the roof. But if we do come across units that do need to replace, we will address them on a case-by-case basis. And if we do need additional funds, we would come back to Public Works Committee to make that request. And also to the point that Mike referenced is the resilience funding as it relates to COVID. A number of projects that have been submitted. One of them was from the facilities group was HVAC systems in order to improve air quality, improve the air filtration systems, and upgrading those systems. So we looked at that in a holistic view and try to leverage some of that opportunity of that stimulus fund or some resilience funds. So we're looking at both the roof and the rooftop units, especially if it's a rooftop unit that sits on that roof, and if it's failing us, we will come back for an additional ask.
Thank you, Rome, because I know there were cost efficiencies to what you did at Huntington Rec Center. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Pauls, the floor is yours. We're not hearing you, Count. There we are.
I guess I muted myself. Thank you. And I wanted to ask Rome, I think I got the answer, but this capital funding is only for roof. Is that correct?
Rome?
So through the chair, Councillor, yes. So the report really is a narrative to our block funding, both on the recreation side and the corporate facilities. And it's redirecting some of the funds from other programs into the roof program. So really what we're highlighting here is the urgency and the priority of our roof programs. And so if you do take a look at our block funding, you'll see some of the dollars redirected to the program, and you'll see probably the numbers skewed a bit. In this case here, our numbers are looking at 66% of our block funding will go towards the roofs based on our assessment.
And I noticed, and maybe I missed something here, I noticed you said that the roof is for safety concerns to protect our asset. So let's say, because I was reading down and we're fixing the library and our asset where the Hamilton Farmers Market is. If there's any other concern, let's say a Hamilton Farmers Market have, that is safety, where would some of the capital come from to fix those issues?
So through the chair, if there were safety issues, we would identify it. And if it doesn't work within our contingency of our budgets, it's something that we would have to look internally to our block funding to see if there's other areas to fund that safety issue, or we would have to come back to Public Works Committee to make that ask as a separate ask. And
Rome, can I ask you, does the Hamilton Hamilton Farmers Market, do they have block funding? That's what I'm worried about.
Councillor, you need to speak strictly to the report, and the report is about the roofs, the roof facilities. So if you could take that offline, I'm sure that Mr. D'Angelo would be happy to talk to you about it and explain it in full. Did you have any other questions about this report?
I'm just concerned about the safety of our assets, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last speaker I have on the list. So we do have a mover and seconder. It was moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Mayor Eisenberger. If there are no further speakers, then we'll require an electronic vote on your screen. And this is for item 7.3, the capital life cycle renewal, the facilities roof replacements.
Councillor Clark, are you still there, able to vote? Mark him as absent. Okay.
And that passes 13-0. Thank you. Notices of motion. Notices of motion specifically related to the 2021 tax capital budget. There is a motion, isn't there?
Councillor Collins. Yep.
Councillor Collins. And that was, you'll have to remind me.
Yes,
you read it out.
That was, yeah, Steph read it out earlier, and that was related to the review of whether we could increase our road and sidewalk budget on a one-time basis next year, similar to the references that were, sorry, in 2022, not next year, similar to what we've done in the past, where I think the winter investment from 218 was the example that was provided during Gord's presentation. So it's, I believe, it was along the same lines as Councillor Clark, and if he'd be so kind, the comments that he made. So if he could second this, it'd be great. And it's an alternative financing and investment scenarios for 2022 that staff be directed to review financing options, including a higher reliance on debt, to positively affect the forecast level of investments in roads and sidewalks, and report back as part of the 2022 budget process. And that has been, that was from Mr. Zagaric in terms of the wording on that.
Right, thank you. And Councillor Clark is available, and I'm assuming that he is willing to second it.
Most pleased
Through
to
you,
second
Madam
it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, hang on, the clerk is saying something.
Sorry, she couldn't see me, so I sort of interjected there. Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, if it's remaining a notice of motion, we don't need a seconder at this time. And I would put it on the December 3rd as a motion. If Councillor Collins wishes to waive the rules and introduce it as a motion, then I'll take Councillor Clark.
Would you like to waive the rules, Councillor Clark? Councillor Collins?
Yeah, well, it's just asking for information, right? So we're not spending anything, or there's no policy changes really. So if there's agreement to waive the rules today, I have no problem doing that, to ask staff to go off. And this would be obviously something that would be created and brought back to committee later in 2021.
Okay. So,
given the tight timelines, Madam Chair, I'd support waiving the rules.
Okay.
Perfect. I'm just preparing that vote for you.
So, Councillor Collins, will you be seconding waiving the rules? Or moving it? Or who's moving it?
Councillor Collins is moving it. Councillor Clark is seconding it, and Councillor Partridge is waving her hand.
Yes, Councillor Partridge, go ahead.
I was just going to offer to second it, but I'm the third bridesmaid today, so
sorry. Hang on,
okay.
my head's going.
Yes, the third bridesmaid. Okay. So moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Brad Clark. And it needs, so this is to waive the rules, and we need an electronic vote.
Just bear with me here for one moment, folks. I was trying to read the chat as well. And although my head used to be able to spin well, it doesn't spin so well anymore. Okay, vote is coming up.
Vote.
Councillor Pauls, were you able to vote? Oh, there you go. As soon as I ask, it pops up. Perfect. Thank you so much.
And that passes unanimously. And now the motion, moved by Councillor Chad Collins and seconded by Councillor Clark again. And in a few minutes, when the computer stops spinning, we'll have a vote.
That vote is on its way. There you go.
I'm coming to you next, Councillor Danko. Is that okay, or is it about this?
It's about
motion?
this.
Oh, what do we do? I haven't
Do you
voted.
need me to cancel the vote?
I don't think I voted, but just
So
really
if
quick.
you want to ask a question, we'll cancel the vote and we'll do the vote again. Go ahead, Councillor Danko.
This is 2022 budget. That's what I heard.
Yes.
Not 2021.
No.
Right? Yeah. Yep. Okay. That's all I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Okay. Then we'll have our vote again in a second. That is.
Okay, so
this is on the motion.
Councillor Danko, the answer to your question in chat is yes. Councillor Farr, are you able to vote?
And Councillor Danko, I'll come to you next.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. And that carries unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Danko, you may have a notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So the last 2 years, staff came forward with a summary of all of the capital cycling, the cycling infrastructure investment through the capital budget as a total summary of everything we were investing for the year. And I think the last time staff indicated that they would just come forward with that report. It didn't have to be moved as a separate report. And I know it was very well received by members of the cycling community. So I'm just wondering through you if I could just ask Mike really quick if they're planning on presenting that report as a separate report, or if I need to specifically make another motion to ask for it.
Mike?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm not sure if maybe Jason knows the status of that report, when it may be coming forward.
Excuse me, Mike, if you could just hang on 1 minute. The clerk is motioning that she needs to say something.
As well, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the Cycling Committee would not report up directly to GIC through the budget process. It would report up through Public Works.
No, this was a motion through the budget process for us to create a report that had an outline of all the cycling infrastructure that was in the next year's budget. So in the 2021
I'm sorry,
budget.
my apologies. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Mike, go ahead.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, maybe we can take this offline, and between myself and Jason and his staff, we can identify whether or not December 3rd may be an aggressive date, but whether in the new year we'll be able to provide that information.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Danko. All right, since I see no other notices of motion, we'll move on. May I please have a motion to adjourn? I'm sure that'll be difficult to get. Councillor Johnson and Mayor Eisenberger. And we need an electronic vote, please.
Could you put Judy as the seconder on this one, just to make her feel better today?
I could if the mayor agreed.
Actually,
The mayor's agreeing. So Councillor Johnson, seconded by.
Johnson is allowing Councillor Partridge to move it. There we go.
Okay,
sorry,
the
bride. Yep, folks.
Councillor Johnson is seconding it. The poor clerk isn't going to know what to do. Just
sorry,
vote.
the vote is already up, and I put Johnson and Partridge.
Oh,
all right.
Okay.
We'll Judy next time.
Record me as opposed with Councillor Culp as well.
Take care, everybody. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Thank you for the meeting today, and we'll see you Monday.